So I'm working in IT industry from past 11 years. So I have set up these WhatsApp groups to teach Python and any other specific streams, for example, data engineering, ML engineering. So whatever the streams related to the core skills. So right now in the industry, the core skills are SQL and Python, and on top of that, you can build various skills. So once you know these core skills, you can build your ML engineer. You can become data science or data analyst, or you can build a lot of skills. So these are the core skills right now in demand in the market. Okay. Okay. So let's proceed. So let me share my screen. So before proceeding, do you have any knowledge of programming, whether it be any other programming language?
Knowledge in the sense I know about Python programming and all, but I haven't worked in that.
So the idea is first we'll start with the basics, then we'll move on to uh, all the scheduled classes. So let's start with introduction. So before moving on to day one, I thought here, so the basics are of computers. So in programming language, what are the important parts we have? First is storage, then RAM, a random access memory, then CPU, central processing unit, and then output devices. Okay. So we will see, like, before jumping into the programming, what are the components of computer hardware parts and how the programming language interacts with it. Okay. So as you can see, we have a storage, hard disk, RAM, uh, that holds programs and data, central processing unit, which is the brain of the computer, that takes the instructions and executes it. Then we have output devices that prints our results onto the output devices, whether it be on screen or any other, like program execution, your application. Okay. So what happens when you run a Python program inside a computer? Okay, so here is the flow. Okay, Python, it takes your code and converts into the bytecode, and then sends those bytecode instructions to the CPU. So let's say you want to talk to someone. You Both of them should know the same language, right? So what is Python? Python is a high level language. So what is high level language? High level language is which is understandable by human beings. Easily we can understand. And low level language is the language which is easily understandable by the computer. So low level language writing and learning is hard because we have to learn a lot of things that computer understands. So for that, what we do, we work with high level language which is easily understandable. We write our program, and the behind the scenes Python interpreter, it takes care of converting those programs into bytecode and sends those instructions to the computer. So here is the flow. So you write the Python program. Let's say we write a sample print statement. Okay. Uh, Print hello world. So let me run it. So once I run it, I wrote the program. Is it understandable to me? Yes, I can easily understand. Print hello world means I'm telling, I'm giving the instructions to my computer. Print this text hello world. So it's easily understandable to me. I can easily understand these instructions. but our computer doesn't know these instructions. So for it to understand, what it will do, it will parse our code. It will parse this code into bytecode, and then Python virtual machine, it will convert it to machine code, then send that machine code to CPU. Then computer understands that machine code. So that is C. Here you can see C libraries. These are low level languages. Again, so below C there is again machine level language also. So those are very hard and tough, and it's not easy to understand. So that's why Python is a high level language. So this is the flow that goes through. So Python program you wrote, let's consider this as a Python program. It sends those instructions hello world to the interpreter, Python interpreter. Then interpreter converts it to bytecode. Then bytecode converts that into a Python virtual machine. And on the side Y, it stores that bytecode into the RAM and sends it out. So here is just the high level overview of what happens behind the scenes when you uh, execute your Python program. Okay, so here is the step by step sequence. Like, so your source code Python file is converted and your syntax is checked, and the byte file is again compiled, and Python virtual machine, it reads and interprets bytecode. Then it calls C functions. Then it converts into machine code. Then machine code it sends to the operating system. Then operating system reads, uh, executes that instructions uh, that was sent in machine level language code. Then output is displayed. Yep. So here is the high level overview. Okay. Okay. One second. I'll open it. So let's start. So here is the introduction to Python. Okay. Okay. So we'll start with these topics. First is Python intro and what are its applications and how do we install uh, Python and IDE, and we'll write our first program. Then Python basics, input output operations. What are the output operations and what are the variables that we can use in Python? Okay. Okay. So what is Python? So you might have heard that just now I told you that Python is a high level programming language. So why it picked up so much demand? Because due to its simplicity and readability. And it's widely used in web development, data science, and automation. Okay. And also machine learning and generative AI applications development. Okay. And when was Python invented? So it was created by Guido van Rossum in 1989, and it was released in 1991. Okay, so its name was inspired by comedy series Monty Python Flying Circus. Okay, so they were trying to they have created the language, but they were trying to name that language. So this person, he was watching this show and he thought of naming this language as Python. Okay. And why Python is preferable over other languages? Because it has clean syntax and it's easy to learn and it's powerful enough. So you can perform complex tasks, and it has a lot of inbuilt libraries as well as external libraries that you can connect, and it has support from community that frequently contributes to the Python language to enhance this language. Okay, so right now the Python is being used in data science, data analysis, AI, automation, and game development. Okay. So in terms of career, as I said, this is one of the core skill. Python is one of the core skill. If you learn this language well, and on top of this, you can go into any of the stream like data science or data analyst or AI engineer or web development, building web apps. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll start with installation of Python. So, uh, how do you run Python program? We need to install Python. Okay. So I hope you have uh, Python installed in your system, or do I need to show you the steps?
I have Visual Studio.
Visual Studio Code. Sorry, what is it?
Visual Studio Code.
Visual Studio Code. Okay. Okay. So, to install
Mine is
Python,
Python 3.12 version.
Python 3.12 version. Okay. So what is the IDE you're using?
I haven't used any since.
Okay. Okay, I'll share you one link. So in that, I have shown how to install uh, Visual Studio Code and PyCharm and Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so these are different IDs. For example, let's take this PyCharm. Okay, so this is the Python IDE. So IDE is a integrated development environment, which will help you to write Python programs. Okay. So this is one of the IDE in which you can write Python programs. Another is VS Code. So this is also open source, and PyCharm is not an open source. We have You have to download PyCharm Community Edition if you want to work with free edition. Okay, and for VS Code, it's open source and free. You can download VS Code, and another is Jupyter Notebook. So in our tutorials, we'll use Jupyter Notebooks. The reason because it's easy to uh, it's easy to learn in Jupyter Notebook because it's based on cells. We have cells. Let me open this. So we can write markup language as well as cells in the same notebook. I can write my uh, comments in a structured way, as well as I can write my code here. So we'll use Jupyter Notebook for learning, but it's not you know one rule that you should only use this ID or that ID. Whatever you are comfortable with, you can use that particular ID.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll send you the link. So since you both have installed VS Code and other editor, let me move forward. So Arif, you have ID installed or not? Sorry, I didn't get you.
I will install, right.
Which one is it?
Uh, I'm installing Jupyter now.
Jupyter Node. Okay, okay. 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 Meanwhile, I will send that link.
We have to install the notebook, right, and not the lab.
Yeah, yeah. Just Jupyter Notebook. That's it.
Yeah. Showing install Jupyter Lab and install the notebook.
Okay. Okay, so in our WhatsApp group, I sent one link. So in that link, I have already installed and recorded a video how to install VS Code, PyCharm, as well as Jupyter Notebook. So you can refer that link. So it's easy to understand.
Yeah, okay, I will do it.
So you can go into your command prompt and type pip install. Let me show you. Let me show you here. I'll open it. So if you have Python installed already, what you can do, you can open your command prompt
Okay,
and just say pip install uh, notebook. So if you hit enter, so Jupyter Notebook will get installed. So it's a simple way. So don't need to download anything.
okay. Yeah, it's downloading.
How you're doing through command prompt?
Yeah, through command prompt, I wrote that pip install node.
Okay, okay. So it will get installed quickly. So once it's installed, you need to launch it. So to launch it, there is one more command. Just so once it's installed, you can type Jupyter Notebook and it will launch. So this is how it will launch that Jupyter Notebook environment.
Can I share my screen?
Sure, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, is it visible?
No, not yet. Okay, now I can see.
Yeah, so I have typed this and I got this.
Okay, fine. Now type Jupyter space
Here,
notebook. Yeah, there itself. Space notebook.
it says Jupyter is not recognized.
Okay, so do one thing. Uh, run run this command pip install upgrade pip. So there is in the green line, it gives you one thing. Just go back to fourth line. Yeah, copy that one.
I should run this one.
Ah, yes.
That's it.
Upgrade PIT. Yeah. A new release of the is. I think there is some issue with your installation.
Okay. Here I type pip install node. Okay, I will find out later. We can carry on our lecture.
Okay. So you have other ID? Any other ID? VS Code is there?
Yeah, I think there VS Code
Okay.
is there. Yeah.
Okay. For now, we'll continue with VS Code. So let's continue with this.
Okay.
Okay. So let me write our first program, which is hello world. Okay. Okay. So as I have already explained, Python is a high level programming language. And what are the differences between high level and low level programming language? And where is Python used? And we talked about installation. So our first Python program is very simple: print hello world. Okay. Now, now the task, your task is print your full name. You can write code to print your full name. Yeah. Okay. So similarly, you can write three simple print statements on your end, and we'll move forward to the next item. Am I sharing? Yes, sir. So let me know once this is done. Write three print statements. What is your full name? What is your hobby? What is your favorite code? Done? Is it done? Let me know once it is done. We can move forward. Okay. So meanwhile, I will go in VS Code. Move forward. Okay, so you might have seen that executing a program in Jupyter Notebook, how easy is it? Easy it is. There's print and there's execute here. But when it comes to Jupyter, when it comes to VS Code, you have to mention, you have to save your program, and you have to do a save as into .py file. Okay, first program. into .py file, and I need to give navigate to that location. So I'll say cd, then I'll navigate to my location. I'll press tab here, desktop, then Python folder, Python. Then I need to hit enter. So I went into this location where my program is stored. Now I'll type Python space first underscore program dot py. Okay, there's mistake in the file name.
It's a mistake in file number.
Okay. So hobby is writing code, so I can save it. So every time you make changes, you have to save it here in a VS Code in this IDE. Okay? So I could print this. So I guess you all done with this exercise, right? Shall I move forward?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me move forward. So now we have just printed the text that is static. It will not change. So once you write it, every time it will print this. Now, let's say we want to take input from the user. Okay. So how do we do that? We can use input function. Using input function, we can take input from the user dynamically, and we can print that name. Okay. Just for this information, this meeting will end in 2 minutes. So once this meeting ends, it will be disconnected automatically. Please rejoin the same link. Okay. Yeah. So here the exercise is take the input from the user and print it. So whatever input the user gives, print that name. So for example, uh, so how do we do that? Let me declare a variable for that. So what is this name? I'm declaring a variable name equal to input of enter your name. So once I hit enter, it will ask for the value for this name. So I'll give my name, hit enter. Okay, so it does nothing. So it didn't print anything. It took just my name. Now, if I want to print it, what I have to give? I have to give that variable, comma, name. Okay, so let me. Okay, so here our exercise is just executing a working sample of taking input from the user and printing it. Okay, so dynamically we are taking input from user and printing it. Okay, so I enter my name and it prints this value, welcome to Python. So that's it. And it prints welcome to Python Shad. Okay, so now we have written sample print statement, and we have written uh, sample program. We have seen how to take input from the user and print it. Okay, so now you can write these similar programs to take a favorite food as an input and display it. Okay. So favorite food equal to input. Enter favorite food, comma. So I need to copy this variable here because we'll capture the value from the user in this variable and print it here. So let's execute. It will ask what is your favorite food. Biryani. My favorite food is biryani. So this is how it will be. So similarly, you can perform this exercise later on. Uh, Take age as input. This is this this is tricky. If you take numbers, if you want to add two numbers, uh, it will be tricky. So I'll show you how it will be. So let's continue with variables. Okay. So we'll talk about variables. So right now what we have seen, this favorite food, what we have declared, it's a variable. The name we have declared, it's a variable. So what are variables? So in any programming language you take, so there will be variables. So variables are placeholders that hold certain values, whether it be numerical values or string values or floating point values, decimal values, or advanced like lists or dictionaries. Okay. So variables are containers for storing data values. Okay. So what are the rules? There will be certain rules for variables. Start with letters or underscores. Okay. Cannot start with number. So here is very important point. The variable cannot start with number. And in Python, variables are case sensitive. Like in Python, capital name and small name, these two variables are different. Okay. So for example, if you assign a value a abc to capital name variable and abcde to small lowercase variable name, when you print this statement, if you declare capital uppercase name, then it will print only ABC, not this one. So in Python, variables are case sensitive and you cannot use reserved keywords as variables. So what are those reserved keywords? So these are the reserved keywords which Python language set it for itself for performing some operations, like to check whether is false, something false, await, else, import, pass. So these are reserved keywords which you cannot use as variables. So these are certain rules of variables. And yeah, so this is an example of a reserved keyword, how it will give you an error. Let me show you a sample. Okay, so what happens when you when you use reserved keywords as variables? So I'm saying if is a reserved keyword here. You can see. So if I assign a value to if, it will error out. So it will not take this value. Okay. So whereas if I say a, it will not error out. Okay. So there are list of 35 reserved keywords in Python that can be used as variables. Okay, so okay, so how can we see what are those keywords? So you can write program import keyword and print keyword dot kw list and length. How many keywords are there? If I execute this, it will display me all these keywords internally that are available in Python. Okay, so now uh, so you have a task. So what you can do, you can create a variable for your country, create a variable for your favorite sport, create a variable for your lucky number, and define each of them as variables. So how do we define? By keeping these rules in mind. Okay, so for country, we'll define country as variable equal to India, and favorite sport, you can just say favorite sport. You can assign a value, and okay, so these are the different scenarios. We can just type any word as a variable. So but you have to keep these rules in mind. That's it. So we are not using reserved keywords, and so it's a case sensitive. If we are naming uppercase, use uppercase. If you're naming a variable as lowercase, use that lowercase as your variable. Okay. Okay. So now I think this is clear. So let's move forward with data types. So any programming language will have data types. So similarly, Python also has data types. So what are the data types? Those are integer, float, string, boolean, and list, tuple, set, and dictionaries. So these are the data types in Python. Okay. Now in data types, we have two types. One is mutable and immutable. So what is the difference between mutable and immutable? Okay. So let's see what are mutable data types. List, dictionary, and set are mutable data types. And what are immutable data types? Tuple, string, and integer. These three are immutable data types. So now what is mutable? What is immutable? Okay. So mutable means something that can be changed, and immutable means that cannot be changed. Okay. Let's see an example. For example, we have integer. So I have this integer and float. Okay, so these are my variables. Integer num equal to 10, price equal to 19.9, name equal to Alice. So one more thing, uh, in Python, when you declare a variable, you don't need to declare any data types for it. For example, what happens in other languages, in SQL or in C programming language. So when you declare a variable, let's say you're declaring variable num, you have to declare variable also, like what type of data type it will hold. But in case of Python, it's very easy. Just write the variable and assign a value. Python interpreter, we talked about in the first page notebook, right? So Python interpreter automatically detects what kind of variable is it. Okay, so it will automatically detect. For example, let me run this program. So I'm assigning number as an integer data type. For price, I'm assigning a value 19.99. For name, I'm assigning value Alice, and is active variable, I'm assigning a value called true. This is a Boolean value. And for colors, I'm assigning a list. And for coordinates, I'm assigning a tuple. And for unique numbers variable, I'm assigning a dictionary. And for profile also, I'm assigning a dictionary. Sorry, this is unique numbers, this is set, and this is a dictionary. Okay. So when I run this program, okay, so if I want to check what type of data type is my num, so I will say type num. Here you can see automatically it took it as int. So same number, I'll say num equal to 19.99. Okay. So I'm executing this. Now again, so Python interpreter, it will update its data type to floating value. Okay. So we don't need to declare what type of data variables hold. We can just assign a value and Python interpreter automatically detects that data type. Okay. Okay. So coming back to mutable versus immutable. Okay. So what is mutable? That can be changed. So any data that can be changed, and immutable is once we define that variable, we cannot change the data of that variable. So what does that mean? For example, I'm assigning a value a is equal to 100. Okay, a equal to 100. I'm printing a value of a. Okay, and I have this memory address. I'm printing the memory address also, like where this value of a is getting stored in the memory in our system. Okay, so a is equal to 100, value of a is 100, we are printing it from here, and we are printing the memory address also. Okay, now I'm assigning 200, same variable. You can see variable is same a, I'm assigning the value 200, and let me print this. Okay, a value of a is 200, and what is the memory address? So you can see the memory address is different. So that means when you are assigning a is equal to 100, Python is storing this value 100 in different memory address. The same variable you are assigning 200 value, Python is storing this value of 200 in different memory address. So this means it's what does this mean? Immutable or mutable? So what we said here, immutable. So what are those immutable? Integer data type, string data type, and tuple data type. They are immutable. And what are mutable data types? List, dictionary, and set. So similarly, we'll see one more example. Here you can see we have a string. Okay, b is equal to variable b is equal to Python. Okay, and we'll print the value of b. Okay, we are printing the value of b, and where this value of b is stored in the memory address. So it's stored in this memory address. Now, what I'm doing is I'm replacing, I'm updating this value of b Python with Python 1. Something I'm changing, just changing this value. Now, when I execute, see my memory address is changed. So even though I'm using same variable b, but since my value of b is changing, my memory address is also changing. So this is called immutable. That means you cannot change the value of a variable once you assign it. So that is called immutable data type. Okay. Now let's come to another data type called list. So here we are saying immutable data types. These are the three. So we have seen these two examples. Now let's see mutable data type. We'll see one example, list. So how list is mutable? Okay. So when you say C is equal to open this square brackets 1, 2, 3, 4, this is a list format. So I'm assigning a list to variable C, and I will print value of C and its memory address. Okay, I have printed it. You can see it here. Now let's modify C. Let's modify the uh, value of C, and let's see whether our address changes or not. So if I hit execute, so what it does is C dot append 5 means I will append the value 5 to my existing list. You can see here I have appended an extra value and I'm printing that value. So here you can see my memory address is not changed. So on the same memory address, it has updated my value 5. So this is immutable. You can change, you can modify the data in the variable. So this is the difference between immutable and mutable. And for Python, this concept is very important because lot of programs is dependent on this mutable and immutable. So there are some operations that you cannot perform. So which you will understand while writing complex programs. You have to keep this concept in mind, whether you know you will be you'll be going to use mutable data type or immutable data type. So this will help you easily navigate uh, while writing complex programs. Okay, so we have seen data types and we have seen variables. Okay, so here are practice tasks. So I will share this notebook with you, so you can write these programs on your end, and you can just share me on my WhatsApp, like what are the programs that you have written, so that I can validate it. Okay. Okay, so that's it for day one. So if you have any questions, you can ask.
No questions as of now. I will go through it once more, and if I have any questions, then I'll ping you on WhatsApp.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Sir, can you set all the practice questions for the
Sorry, I didn't understand. Here.
can you set practice task for the which they have to do?
Explain what? I didn't get you. Sorry. Or you can type in the chat. Actually, your voice is not clear here. Okay. So practice task question. Okay. Also, you want me to explain these practice task questions? Okay, send. Okay. Yeah, I will send you. I will send this notebook. Okay. And you can practice those tasks. Yeah, I will send you all. And also, while executing or while writing programs, if you have got any questions, just note down and take notes. Take notes so that you know you learn this once, so that you remember it whenever you have to recall something and you have to refer something, so that you prepare notes, revise it daily. So what happens is it becomes your second language, something like as I said, Python is a core or skill, and every other skill is built on top of that in machine learning or data science. So if you know these basics very well, when you're learning advanced topics, these topics should be in back of your mind, so that you should not have to refer it back and forth. It's like ABCD of uh, no advanced topics. So if you revise it daily, or practice it daily, and also learn with concepts, remember the concepts as well as practices, so that way it will help you relate, like why we are doing this and why we are not doing this way. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's it for today. We'll meet tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Okay. So before starting, a quick recap of whatever we have looked in day one. So we have seen why Python. It's because it's a versatile language. And one more important point I forgot yesterday. It's an open source, but anyone can see its source code. Anyone can see its code, and you can also contribute to the enhancements of Python. So a lot of people contribute to the enhancements of Python language. So it's an open source, it's a versatile, and it has a lot of libraries, inbuilt libraries. You can import a lot of external libraries that makes your work easy. And so it supports the development of data science, machine learning, DevOps, automation, and various use cases. Okay. Okay. So let's proceed with the day two. So here we are looking at operators and expressions. So after discussing variables and data types, now we have moved to operators and expressions in Python. So what are operators? Operators are any specific operation that you want to perform in Python. For example, you have to do sum of two numbers, subtraction of two numbers, multiplication of two numbers. So all these are operators. Okay. And what are expressions? It's like a formulas. We develop some we have some formulas in mathematics, right? A plus B. So to build those kinds of expressions, we can write those expressions in Python. Okay. So let's see what are the types of operators in Python. We have arithmetic operators, we have assignment operators, we have comparison operators, we have logical operators, we have identity operators, we have membership operators. So these are the symbols that denotes each of these operators. So arithmetic, it's plus, minus, subtraction, divide, division, percentage. And there is a difference in Python in one single divide and double divide. So if you want a reminder in zero, so you will, okay, let me show it here. I'll show it here in the example. So if you want a reminder in decimals, you will do a single divide. Okay, let me declare this variable here. Okay. Now, if you do division A by B, Python will give you the answer along with the decimals. But if you do double divide, so it will just give you the reminder in single digit. So that is the difference in Python. Then star is a multiplication. Double star means it's a square. So like a square b, it's called exponential. Exponential. Okay. So um, here we'll do some of the quick tasks. For example, we have to add 15 and 8 using operators and expressions. Okay, so let me start. Let's say you say A is equal to 15 and B is equal to 8. And when you say how to add them, A plus B, you can say, you can assign one more operator, C is equal to A plus B. And you can print it here. Print C, the value of C. Now, if I execute, I'll get 23. So similarly, if you do not want to assign a value, if you just want to print it, you can directly do that calculation in the print statement itself. I will comment it out the C value. Okay. Okay. So here you can see it's 23. Okay. So next we have subtract. Subtract 20 from 50. Okay. So you practice all these exercises. So meanwhile, we'll see I have a working example here. So I have two numbers and how to add. So I'm writing a print statement. Inside the print statement, I'm adding a static, text addition, and I'm giving a comma. So after I give a comma, this is my expression. So a plus b. So I'm adding this, and this is a subtraction, and this is multiplication, this is division, and this is modulus. So we'll get the remainder, and this is a floor division. So it will divide and remove the decimals, and which is exponent. Okay. Okay. So you complete all these tasks on your end. Open your notebook once this class is complete. Okay. So next we have assignment operators. So what are assignment operators? It's equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, etc., and double equal to also. So we are saying x equal to 5. Okay, let me open another cell. If I'm saying x equal to 5, and if I print the value of x, it will be 5. And then if I say, uh, let's say, if I want to do, I want to calculate this expression x is equal to x plus 1. So let's consider this is my formula. So in Python, you have a shortcut for this. So you can do in this way or plus equal to this way. So what is the value of x? It's 5. So I'm again assigning the value of x with the expression. So x plus 1. So if I print value of x, what it would be? It would be 6. Okay, every time I run it, it's increment. You can see it's the value is this is used in loops to increase the counter. Okay, so I will assign another value. Let's take another variable y equal to 5, y equal to y plus 1. Now if I print the value of y, so initially it will be 6. Then if you keep on running, it will increase. So, okay. So now similarly, same statement I can write in another form. Instead of saying y is equal to y plus 1, I can say y plus equal to 1. So this is a shortcut way. So instead of you writing this variable again, you just say plus equal to. So we are incrementing the value of y by 1. Okay. So now here, if I print the value of y again, so let me execute this. Okay. So first we have to declare y is equal to 5. Okay. So it's not taking. So restart.
You type 5 in print.
Sorry, what you're saying?
You wrote print 5.
Oh, sorry, sir. I got it. Sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So y is equal to 5, y plus 1, and print y. No. Now the value of y is 6. So it's a shortcut way. This and this both are equal. So this expression is equal to this. So it's a short form. So only thing is we're writing in another form. Okay. So a lot of experience coders write in this way. So we might get confused. So better to know these formulations. And similarly, x plus 3. So the value of x is 5 here. So if I say the value of x, which is 5, and if I add 3, that means it's 8 now. You can see result is 8. So similarly, you can do star. That means x is equal to x into 2. So x into 2 is 16. Okay, so here it's taking the value as 8. So now the new value is 8, right? So here it's considering 8. 8 into no, I think sorry. One second, let me add this variable. So it will be clear. Yeah. Okay. So 5 x value of x is 5. 5 into 2 is 10. Okay. So we have another expression. It is minus. So here this expression means x equal to x minus 1. So the value of x here now is 10. So we'll take this again to avoid confusion. Okay, so now the value of x is 5. Now x is equal to 5 minus 1. So that would be 1 here. Okay. So similarly, you can practice all these operators. Okay. So we have seen arithmetic operators. So this is plus, minus, division, percentile, and assignment operators. So this is also this is mainly used for counters in loops. When you're looping uh, certain values in the code, we'll use these kind of expressions. So next we have comparison operators. So these comparison operators mainly used to compare between two values, equal to, not equal to, in string as well as in conditional statements. So let's say I have a value of p is equal to 10, value of q is equal to 20. Okay. So I'm just checking whether my value of p is equal to 20. So I'm using this equal to equal to. So when I run this, it says it's false. So by default, this equal to will generate true or false, two results. Okay. So all these comparison operators, it will give you output in true or false. So if I say print p not equal to 2, it's true. Yes, it's not, p is not equal to q. Is p greater than q? False. See, p value is less, q value is more. So p is less than q. So true. Next we have p greater than r equal to q. Okay. So I'll put it here. So is p greater than or equal to q? No, it is false. P is less than. And similarly, is p less than or equal to q? Yes, it's true. So these kind of statements are used in conditionals. So let's say you're building some application like student marks. So you want to compare So if student A, so if the student grade is between 80 to 85, then if student grade is equal to 85 or between 85 and 90, if it is true, then you want to assign A grade. So in those kind of scenarios, conditional statements, these comparison operators are used. So we have all these comparison operators: not equal to, greater than, less than, and greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. So also, um, like you can use these comparison operators for the numbers as well as string. So for example, if you have a string value, let's say ABC, and A is equal to ABC. Uh, I said B equal to ABC. Now I'm checking print is A equal to B. So what it will print? Can you guess? False. Why? Because yesterday we discussed Python is a case sensitive. So it will check even the upper case and lower case. So upper case is different than lower. So it's printing the false. So strings also we can compare. Okay. So next we have uh, logical operators and or not. So these logical operators are also very important uh, to write conditional statements and combine them. So if you have two different statements, if you want to combine them, you can use these logical operators. So let's say I have A is equal to 5, B is equal to 10, and see, I have this one expression and this is the one expression. So I'm saying if both of the expressions are true, then only print whatever would be the result. So it says A greater than 2, it's true, and B greater than 8, it's also true. So finally, it's true. So similarly, A greater than 6, B greater than 8, is it true? We have OR condition. So both the conditions are satisfying. So that's why it's printable. A is greater than 6. No, it's not greater. B is greater than 8. Yes, it's. So why it's printing true? Because so any one of the conditions, sorry, we can say any one of the condition, if it is satisfies, then it's printing true. So for and both the conditions should satisfy. For or any one of the conditions, if it satisfies, the result will be true. And for not, you can see A greater than 6. So we are checking reverse, negative. So is A greater than 6 not of A greater than 6? That means yes, A is not greater than 6. So this is also true. So it's negatively writing statement. Okay. So next we have identity operators. Okay. So so let's say we have so what is identity operators? We can see I have this value of X as a list. Okay. And now I'm assigning Y equal to X. So what will Y have now? The value of X. Same. 1 to 3. Y are also 1 to 3 now. Now I'm assigning Z 1, 2, 3 as a list. Okay. So now I'm checking is X is Y, is X and Y both are same. It says true. So if I say X is Z, false. You can see even value of z is also 1 to 3. But why it says false? Because identity operators point to the same object. So what happens is what is happening is when we are saying y is equal to x, both variable x, variable y, they are pointing it to same object. They are so once you declare x, it will write into memory, and when you declare y is equal to x, it will not create new memory. It will just point to x's memory. It's x memory. So that's why when you are saying x is y, so is both of them pointing to same object? That is why it's saying true. And you say x is z, no, it's false. And when you say reverse, x is not z, you can use is not also. So it says true because x is not pointing to z. Okay. So you can practice these tasks. Check if two lists are identical. So similar, same thing. So in the same way, instead of numbers, you can put strings in between and see whether these two strings are identical or not. Okay, so moving to the next operator. So we have membership operators. Okay, so in membership operators, these are sequence. This checks if sequence contains a value. So this is a sequence of values, right? So I can check any of the value. So this is my variable fruits: apple, banana, cherry. Okay. So what I'm saying is apple in fruits. So I have to use in operator. So what it says true. But here also, can say, everywhere in Python, case sensitive. If you change the case, it will not consider the same value. So if I have changed capital A, it's saying false. Okay. So same way, grape not in fruits, is grape there? No. So it prints true. So we have membership operators in, not in. So these kind of operators also you can use in Python. Okay. So now we'll move to expressions. Okay. Expression evaluation. So like you can combine multiple operators in the expression. So for example, like I said, in math, like you have a formula, we combine all those things. So similarly, you can combine like 5 plus 3 into 2 greater than 10 and 10 minus 5 less than 8. So what it will be? 5 plus 3 is 8 plus 8, 8 into 2, 16. Okay, okay. So first, brackets. So the BOD mass concept will work here. So in programming also, the concept of BOD maths uh, will work here. So first, brackets are evaluated. 5 plus 3. So it will be 8. And then this statement will be evaluated. Multiplication. Okay. Um, so division is not there. So multiplication to 16. 16. Then greater than 10, and condition remains. Then brackets are evaluated. 10 minus 5 is 5, and less than 8. So what we are saying is 16 greater than 10. This condition is true. Is 5 less than 8? Yes, this condition is also true. So the final result will be true. Okay. Okay. So this was in detail about operators and expressions. So just practice all these tasks and let me know if you have any questions. Okay. Okay. So from yesterday's topic, if you have any questions, you can come up with, or we can wind up this. Okay. So just confirm one thing. Are you all able to install Jupyter Notebook and open these notebooks that I have shared?
I have installed the notebook yesterday.
Okay.
I will check whether the notebook you have sent is opening or not.
Okay. You were able to open that notebook, right? On your end?
I'm checking. Check.
Okay. Check it once. If not, you can share your screen. I can. No, no. Okay. No, it's not visible. Okay. Now I can see.
Yeah. So this is how it's opening. The
Yeah. This is fine. This is fine. So you are able to run these programs, right? Okay, so it opened in Google Colab. So this is also fine. So you can see even Google colab.research.google.com. So even you have not installed Jupyter Notebook, it opened online on the Google Colab. So this is
okay.
also fine. So you can execute directly here. So just try to execute some programs from the cells. So just execute print statements.
Yes. So I have. If I have to open the notebook in my laptop, I have to go
Mm,
to. I have to run this CMD, right? Again.
yes.
So here I have to type Jupyter notebook, right?
Yes, Jupyter Space Notebook. Okay, so it's saying not installed. Okay, so let me check it. So Jupyter is not recognized as internal or external command.
Now it has
Okay,
opened.
now it opened. Okay,
Yeah.
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 So you can open it from here. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So to open that notebook, I think it will be in download section. So in downloads, from downloads, once you download the workbook from Drive, you can open it here. So which command you type? You got Jupyter Notebook open.
I have searched it in Google. So it was showing me when I typed Jupyter notebook. So it was telling that Jupyter is not recognized as internal.
Okay,
So
okay.
then I saw some comments.
Uh-huh.
And they say that to type Python hyphen M notebook. So then it got open.
Okay, okay. Okay. Nice. This is Python dash M notebook. Okay, then. I think that's it for today. We'll meet tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
This meeting is being recorded.
So let's start with today's session, which is conditional statements. So conditional statements are statements that are a combination of these operators and expressions. Like yesterday, we have seen um some operators, right? And in so by using those operators and expressions, we can create those conditional statements. So what is the definition of conditional statements? These are operators are special symbols or keywords in programming that performs operations on values or variables. So why they are used? They are used to manipulate data and make decisions. Like we'll have lot of logic building in real time. So if this happens, do this. If this happens, do this. So those kind of scenarios will use conditional statements. Okay. So what are the keywords that we have in conditional statements? We have if else, elif, and nested conditions. Okay. So for example, checking the eligibility. So these are the use cases, like a person has reached the age for voting or not, whether he should be, he can have a driving license or not. So those kind of conditions we can apply using if else. Let's start with the workbook. Okay. So let's start with this notebook. We'll see this notebook. Okay. So, for example, we are saying age equal to 18. So, for this age, we are saying if age greater than or equal to 18, then only print you're eligible for vote. Okay. So, if I run this, it prints. So, let's say I say age equal to 17. Now, it doesn't print because this doesn't satisfy the condition. So this is a simple conditional statement. Okay. So similarly, you will have check if number is positive, check if temperature is above 30. So we'll write one of these conditions. For example, uh, temperature equal to some number 30 degree. So uh, so we have to check whether this temperature is positive or not. So I'll write if condition if temperature equal to 30 and temperature um, greater than 0. So I have to apply this again extra conditional statement, because if I just say equal to 30, but I have to check if it is positive or not. So what I'm saying, if it is greater than 0, so I can just write this statement. So if temperature greater than 0, then uh, print positive temperature. Okay. So this is how we build conditional statements. Okay. So so far we have seen why we should learn Python, because it is easy to learn and easy to write code, and it supports structural programming, object oriented programming. It supports scripting language. So one of the things that Python, you know, it's it makes us easy to write the programming in an English language way. So, for example, you notice that we are not using brackets similar to other programming languages such as C, C++, Java. So in those programming languages, you have to write a lot of, you have to take care of writing brackets and ending with semicolon. So here we don't have to do anything of that. So uh, in Python, we have this called indentation. So any statement, like any block of code, for example, I write if statement, if statement. So if I write if statement, or if I write some functions or any other statements, I need to use just colon. Then when I hit enter, you can see it takes 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is called indentation. So indentation is writing block of code giving 4 spaces. So for example, if I have written if statement, then I have to write anything inside if statement, then I need to give these 4 spaces. So that means I'm writing this print statement inside my if. Positive temperature. Okay. So even if I do single space, if I give 3 space, it will error out with indentation error. I need to clear it. Okay, let's try it now. If temperature is 0, print okay. You can notice here. Uh, okay, so this is different error, not so temperature equal to 30. So this is a different error. Okay, so 1, 2. So might be in notebooks. In this notebook, this is not considering. So let me give you an example with uh, Visual Studio Code. So in any conditional statements, we have to define the block of code that we are going to write inside that using indentation. So if I say here, if uh, temperature equal to 30, oh no, sorry, yeah, temperature equal to 30, and if temperature greater than 0. So this is my conditional statement. So every conditional statement we have to use colon here, then hit enter. So by default it will take 4 spaces in IDEs like Visual Studio Code. You can see here 4 spaces. So this is called indentation. So any space you miss, for example, if you give just 3 spaces and you write positive, and if you try to execute this, yeah, so now I'm going to execute this. So let me see, I have saved it. Okay, I have saved this program. Okay. Okay, so we'll look at this later. It's not able to find out this. Okay. So we'll move forward. So conditional statements, you have to indent this. So that means this block of code, this print statement, comes under this if statement. Okay. So next we'll look one more with if else condition. So if number equal to 5 and if number modulus 2 equal to 0. So we have seen assignment operators, so comparison operator. So this we are using here, and print even and odd. So here you can notice, so we are using indentation here. So that means this part of print, this is coming under if statement. And when after else, when we are giving an indentation, so this means this part of print, it's coming under else statement. Okay. So it says odd number. So 5 is an odd number. So this is the demonstration of conditional statements, as well as how you use indentation in Python, as well as how indentation can define a proper structure of your code in Python with each block in each block. Okay. So using these techniques, we can solve these kind of problems. For example, check if number is even or odd, or print pass if marks greater than or equal to 35, else fail. Print adult if age greater than or equal to 18, else minor. Print valid password if length greater than 8, else invalid. Okay. So now using this if else, we can build a chain. Here we can see, so you can build a chain where you can give the score of a student, and you're able to find uh, which grade does he fall under. So for example, here we are saying score equal to 85, and then we are defining. So if score greater than 90, greater than or equal to 90, print grade A. So you can notice in other programming languages we use else if, but in Python we just say elif, elif. This is the keyword we have to use. Okay. So elif score greater than or equal to 75, then print grade B. Elif score greater than or equal to 60, print grade C. Then else. So finally we are saying else. So if, elif, and else, combination of three, we can form a chain of conditional statements. So we are saying if this condition is true, then print this. Else if this condition is true, print this. Else if condition is true, then print this. If all of them doesn't satisfy, else finally print fail. So 85 falls under grade B. So similarly, you can say if I write 34, it's fail. So these kind of logic chain we can build using conditional statements. Okay. So here are the some practice tasks that you can write it. So do hands-on, like only if you do hands-on, write this logic, you will be able to remember these topics. And while writing, if you face any issues and when you solve it, only then you will remember uh, these you know chains, how to build them properly. Okay. So then moving forward to nested if statements. So we can combine these if else statements into we can nest one condition into another. So it's like complex. This is used for complex logic, complex problem solving, you can say. So here we are saying uh, if modulus equal to 0, if remainder is 0, then if remainder of modulus 3 equal to 0, if both the conditions satisfies, then say print divisible by both 2 and 3, else not divisible by 2 and 3. So we are checking whether a number is divisible by two numbers. So let's check here. So it says number 12 is divisible by both 2 and 3. So similarly, if I take 15, so what happened here? Okay. number 14 is divisible by 2 but not by 3. You can see. So what we are saying, if this condition satisfies, go into this and print divisible by 2, and else if both the condition doesn't satisfy, then it will ignore this and come out of this condition and go to the else, like else print divisible by 2 and 3. Okay. Okay. So, so here are some of the practice tasks. Check if number is divisible by 2 and 5. Check eligibility by voting and senior citizen benefits. Check if number is positive and even. Okay, so you can solve these tasks. This will enhance your logic building, writing conditional statements in Python. So next we have real world problems, some of them like using conditional statements. So for example, loan eligibility check and ticket discounts for children and senior, password strength validation, student grade evaluation, weather notification system. So in all these, like almost most of the programs, anywhere, at least you will find one, at least one condition or a lot of conditions. So these conditional statements are very important. So it's more of a logic building than writing code. So we have to be perfect in these logic building. Okay, so I think that's it. That's it for today. So conditional statements. So if you have any questions related to previous topics, you can come up with the questions. Okay, so on Saturday we discussed about conditional statements, like what are the conditional statements, how we use conditional statements to build complex logic, like we have if, elif. So in other programming language we'll have if else, uh, if, else if and else. So in Python we'll have if, elif and else. So that's the only difference. So this is conditional statements. So using conditional statements will build complex logic. So now we'll move forward with the loops. Okay, so in Python we have two types of loops. One is for loop and while loop. Okay, so why do we need loops? So what's the purpose? So let's say you have 100 users across your platform. So you want to send a message good morning to all of them at once. So what you will do, you have to type manually to each of them good morning one by one. So is this effective? No, this is not effective. It will consume your time. Your uh, efforts are repeated. You have to type that same message continuously across 100 users. Now, let's say you want to print good morning when it is morning, and if it is evening you want to print evening. So in that case, again you have to do double work two times of the day. Okay, so that would be the manual work. So what are loops? Okay, so loops allow you to execute a block of code multiple times. So you write once and you execute it multiple times without writing it manually, the code, the however users you have, you just mention that count, and this loop will run that many times for those many users. You don't have to write 100 lines for 100 users. So that's what the loops. So what problem do loops solve? Okay, so first is it will reduce repetition in the code, and it will allow you to avoid errors, and you know uh, we can make scalable programs, like you can iterate for 5 users to 15,000 iterations also, and it will allow you to do a dynamic behavior. So dynamically you can do some checking, filtering, collecting, so based on these conditions. So you can combine loops along with conditional statements, which we have seen in our last class. So combination of two will give you a very good uh, logic building. Okay, so let's say I will give you a task. So for 100 students, I have to print good morning, hello. I have to print hello. So what I have to do? So manually I'll print for each student hello. So this is the manual type of task. So I'll copy this and paste it 100 times. And for each of the student, I'll say student 1, student 2, student 3, something like that. So, but let's say I have to do the same thing with just 2 lines of code. So what I can do, I'll say for I in range. So this range is a function which we use in for loop. So I'll say range as 100. So that means we are saying start from 0 and run till 100. So 0 to 99. So index wise, if you see, it will be 0 to 99. But numbers wise, if you see, we're saying run it 100 times. So you can see this, just with one click you are able to run 100 times. Okay, so okay, so when do we need loops? Okay, so when we know that actions are repeated. So one thing is when we have an action that repeats multiple times, as we have seen example of good morning, and we have to iterate data through we have to iterate through a list. For example, you have a list of students who have student name, student 1, student 2, student 3. You have to iterate through that list dynamically without manually accessing that. You can use for loop. So let's say you have a list of 100 students. From those, you want to find out a student name which matches with a certain, like student name is Shad. So you want to find out in the list. So instead of manually searching and going through, you can write one for loop, and you can write if condition inside that for loop. You can say if uh, student name or student of name equal to shad, then print true, something like that. So those kind of scenarios dynamically you can find. So this will reduce your work, and it will allow us to automate repetitive tasks and run code until a condition is met. So we want to run the particular code until a condition is, for example, we want to keep trying until password is correct or not, and filter data. So let's say you have huge amounts of data, like 1 lakh rows. If you want to loop through that data to find out certain values or certain filtrations, or you have to get some extract some information which matches your criteria, so in that case you can use loops. So as I have said, we have two types of loop: while loop and for loop. Okay, so uh, so what's the difference between while loop and for loop? So these two are loops, and how do we decide which type of loop we should use, when we should use what type of loop? So Are you aware of this? Like which loop, when we should use?
No.
Okay, no problem. So, as I said, we have two types of loops, for and while loop. Okay. So, for loop is used when you know how many times you need to repeat. Okay. So, when you know how many times you need to repeat, we need to use for loop. Uh, while loop we'll use when we know, when we don't know how many times we have to repeat. So we'll run until a condition is met. Okay. So let's see. Let's see a simple analogy. Okay. So you're eating. So while loop is like we are saying we are run the loop until you're full. So this is an analogy. So that means we don't know the criteria when to stop exactly. So we are saying until you're full, just run the loop. But for loops, we'll decide. We'll say I will eat 5 cookies. So that means we'll fix the range here. So in the range function, we'll fix it. So that is the difference. So there is another analogy you can take. For loop, we are, let's say we are driving 10 kilometers to office. So this is a fixed distance. So we know that how much we want to iterate. So whereas for while loop, we are saying we have a condition. We don't have a fixed range. We are saying we have a condition. The condition is drive until the fuels runs out. But the time or number, we don't know the number, how much distance it will be, when it will be. But we have a condition. So condition is what? Drive until the fuel runs out. Okay. So next we can see this while loop repeats a block of code as long as the condition is true. Okay, so let's see an example. I'm saying I'm declaring a count variable equal to 1. So what I'm saying, while count less than or equal to 5, keep printing the count statement. So what it will do, count is 1, count is 2, count is 3, count is 4, count is 5. Okay, so this is how it will print. So it has met this condition 5, it will stop. Okay, so let's see another scenario. So you have we have declared a variable correct password, and we are declared a variable attempts equal to 0. So what we are saying in the while loop, we are describing a condition if attempt less than 3. So we are allowing 3 attempts in the while loop. So we are taking input from the user. So password is equal to input of enter password. So see conditional statement here. If password equal to correct password. So whatever password is, whatever the user will input from here, correct password is the declared variable value that we have. So then we are saying if that is equal to this, then print access granted, else print wrong password. Then we are incrementing our loop plus equal to 1. So we have seen this in operators, right? So this kind of so that means it's an increment plus 1. So let me run this. So I'll enter the password 123. So you can notice automatically uh, the loop is running once again. So it's allowing us to try an attempt, one more attempt. So I'll do 123 once again. So I'll do 123 once again. So all 3 tries. No, I have tried all 3 tries. So all of them is incorrect. So now let me run it one more time. 1 second. So when I'm running it one more time, let me run Python 123. So this is the correct password. So I'm giving the correct password here. So if I hit enter, so it says access granted. So now notice one more thing. We have applied a break statement here. So in while loop, what happens is when you don't write a break statement, so what happens? It will try to run the statement continuously. Okay. So if I run this loop now, so notice I have commented the break statement. Now I'll type the proper password, Python 123. So it says access granted. So you notice last time when we applied break statement, it came out of loop. But now again, even though it says access granted, now again it's saying enter your password. So these statements like break, continue, pass, these are called loop controlling statements. So when we write a loop, we can control the loop also. Like how does it behave? We can control that loop. So let me do one thing. I'll say I'll type this Python 123 once again. Python 123. So it says now you can see it ran 3 times. So let me uncomment this. So this is how we can control the while loop. So what happens if we don't? Uh, so there are risks of infinite loops, running into infinite loops in while loop. So we'll see it. We'll see it. And okay, let me scroll down here. If I uh, comment that break statement and run this program, I say 123, 123, and you can notice here the icon. That means the program is still running. So that means it's still waiting for my input. So now it's done. So you can notice this icon here. So let's say um, if I don't properly control my loop, so what will happen is we'll have a risk of running this loop infinite times. So it will keep on running even though it's successful. So let you see here, I have commented the attempts increment. Even though I have a condition here, I have commented my attempts increment. So here you can see infinitely it's running. So that's the risk with using while loop. So we have to be very careful while using while loops. So even though I give correct password, multiple times, it will keep on running. So see, every time it says access granted, but again it's still running it. So this is called running the loop infinite times. So let me stop this program now. Okay. Now the loop is running. Here you can notice this icon, loop is running. Now the loop is complete. So the program has stopped. So whenever program runs, it will occupy some memory. So infinite loops will occupy all the memory of the system. So that's why it's very bad. So we have to be careful while writing the loops. So here you have some tasks. You can practice these. So it will be very helpful for you to get hands-on on the loops. Okay, so next we have for loops. So in for loops, every for loop will use range function. So you can use for loop. Whenever you use for loop, you have to define the range. So what is range? So range will have a start, stop. So we'll define from where to start and from where to stop. Okay. So let me run this program. I'm saying for I in range, we are saying start at 1, number 1, and loop till 6. So here you might be getting confused, like, okay, so we have number 6, but it stopped at number 5. Why is it? So in Python, range starts from 0 actually. So when your value of n is 5, then your range starts from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But when your value of n is 6, your range starts from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry, here it will be 4 only. Now you count these numbers. How many numbers are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these count of numbers is matching with n is equal to 5, right? So even the count of numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, count of numbers is matching with 6. So the range number, whenever you mention value of n, it starts with 0 and ends with whatever the number minus 1, n minus 1. Starts with 0 and ends at n minus 1. So that is how loops work in range. That is how a range function works in loops. So now what I will say, instead of 1, I will say start at 0. Now number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So now we have 6 numbers, all 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All 6 numbers we got. Okay. So we can loop through a list also. So in Python, one of the very important data type is list. So we can loop through a list. So I have a list called shopping underscore list, which has these items in it. So the list item they are in strings. So milk, bread, eggs, butter. Okay. So if I want to loop through it, I'll say for item. So here after for you can mention anything. So it will be a variable. So you can mention item in. After in, you mention what is that uh, what is that value you want to loop through. So is it a range? Is it a list? What is it? So I want to loop through a list. So if I print it, I'll get three: buy milk, buy bread, buy eggs, and butter. So all these values I can print. So now I can write my if condition in the loop also. So let's say in my list I have thousands of items and you want to find a certain item. So what you can say, if shopping list of item equal to bread, then only print the item. Oh, sorry. So we have to end the if statement here, then put this print statement inside the if.
I think that semicolon will not be there after the bread.
What is it?
I think that semicolon should not be there, right? After the bread.
No, it will be there. It will be there. So list indices must be integer or slices, not string. Okay. So what we are saying here is you have to loop through the list. So let me print. Okay. So item of, sorry, instead of shop, I have to give this one. Item of, and then, so let me first print these items in array. Or I can say just if item equal to bread. So print this. Okay. So here you can see got the bread. So inside the loop, we can again put a condition. So why is it useful? Because in the list we may have hundreds of thousands of items. So it's very time effective if we write conditions inside the loop to find something. So that will we can easily find something with just writing one loop and condition inside the loop to loop through all those huge item of lists. Okay. So similarly, you have some practice tasks. So you can go through this. You have to print the characters of your name, print numbers from 5 to 15, print the sequences of numbers, and print fruits and all this. So once you practice this, you will be able to, get hands on these loops. Okay. So we have seen for loop and while loop. So what is the core difference? So we are able to loop through while loop as well as we are able to loop through for loop. So what is the core difference? The core difference is in loops you define the counter. So in for loop counter, you have to automatically update the counter. Okay. And
What is counter?
yeah, sorry. So in for loop, you have to automatically define the counter here. So in the range function, through a list, through range, through strings. Okay. So when it comes to while loop, you
What
have
is
to
counter?
okay, counter. Okay, let's go back. What is counter here? Okay. So this is the counter. So when we are saying while loop, and when we are defining count less than or equal to 5, and when we are incrementing the count here. So here we are defining the count. Okay. And here we are incrementing the count. So what happens? The program starts. First, it will start with count 1. Okay. It will go to the print statement. Okay. Now count equal to count. The first time count's value will be 1 here. It will be 1. So it will check, is 1 less than or equal to 5? Yes, it's less than 5. So it will print the value of count as 1. So you will get this first output. Okay. So this is counter. So this we will call as counter. Now it will go to third line. Third line, what it will do, count's value will increase to plus 1. Now it will become 2. Now the count value will become 2. So now it will pass 2 here. So it will check the condition. Is 2 less than or equal to 5? Yes. Now it will print the value of count. Count is 2. It will print it here. Now it will go to third line. This is called counter. So we are incrementing here. So you can, in short form, you can say this is a counter. Now it will become plus 1. 2 plus 1 is 3. So likewise, it will keep on incrementing. So in while loop, you notice we just gave the condition. And in for loop, we actually define the range. So in for loop, you can see we are saying 0 to 6. So we define the range. So there is no condition here yet. So condition will define it separately in for loops. You can see we define the condition inside the for loop. But when in while loops, manually you need to define that. Okay. So you need to define manually by logic in the while loop. But when it comes to for loops, how you iterate? Either through range function 1, or through list, or through string. So let's do one. We have seen with range function, we have seen with list function. Let's see one program with string in for loops. So let's see print characters of your name. Okay. So I'll say I'll define a variable name equal to Shad for I in. So this value after I, you can give any name. So this is just a variable. It's a placeholder. You can give anything. You can give I, you can give name, anything. For I in. So this, you remember in where did we get? We learned in operators. Remember that, right? So we saw it in operators. In range. So this is the range function. So in range, we'll say name. So if we say name, will it print? What do you say? Will it print the values? No, because it's not able to recognize this. So range function takes integer. You can see it says str object. So this is a string object. Range function, what does it take? It takes integer. So I need to give integer. So my name is in string. How can I give integer value? So what I can say, length function. I can use length function around my name. So this will convert my name into string. So what length function will do, it will count number of characters of my string, and then it will provide a number in integer form to range function. Now it will print my name here. So now you can see, okay, so it's printing 1 2 3. So now I have to print the characters of my name. So what I'll say, um, I of 0. Oh, sorry, I of 0. Let's try this. Now it's okay. So it's already range. So print name. Okay. So you'll see we are printing the name. So now there is a technique to just print each of these characters of the name. So we can print all of them separately. So how we can do that? I can say name equal to, there are different ways. So I can separate each of these characters and then I comment it out. So I can say name of I. So it will print my characters separately. So even with string you can do it. So to perform this task, take the characters of your name and print it in this manner. So I guess you have understood this. So for loop, we'll use range function, and range function takes integer values. So instead of range function, we can use strings. We can loop through strings also. So you can do this practice. So for I in a range, for I in name, for I in name. So print I. Will this work? Yes, it works. So you can do in this way also. So this is the list. So this is the list. So we can loop through list directly also. So instead of writing this range, what I can say, I'll comment it out. Okay, I'll say for I in name. Okay, so now we are referring this. Okay, we are referring list, not string. Okay, so we already have it, but I have to write it in different manner. Print name. So let's see how does it behave for list. See, it's printing separate lists in each row. So now let's say I want to print just the characters of my name. So what I can say, name of I. So that means name of I is name of 0 value. So we'll see these details in while learning list, but just notice it. List indices must be integer, not string. Okay, so it's string, I think. Oh, okay. So we need to provide integer. So we were seeing, so when, what is the difference between a while loop and for loop, when we should use each one of them, and what is the way of using each loop. So for while loop, we'll define a condition and we'll use counter and increment it. And for loop also, we'll define range functions. We can use three things. One is range function, and we'll define what is the range inside that function. And second thing is we can directly use strings and we can use list. Okay, so to iterate the loop in for loops. For while loops, we'll manually define the logic. Okay, so now we have already see what is the counter. So we'll increment the loop by +1 or +2, whatever is the logic we are defining in the loop. So automatically, so if we don't, so the difference in while loop and do while, sorry, for loop is, in while loop you have to define the counter. Otherwise, the loop will enter in infinite loops. So it will go into infinite loop. For loop, automatically it will take the counter as +1. So here you can see in our for loops program, we never define our counter. So let me comment out my condition. So let's say we want to print shopping cart list and I run this program. Here you can see we never defined our counter here. So by default, it will automatically consider it as +1. So when in the for loop, but in the while loop, we have to define the counter +1. So what happens if I don't define the counter in while loop? It will go into infinite loops. So the program will keep on running. Here you can see the icon that says program is running. So it will keep on running. So we said the password retries is allowed 3 times only, but even after 3 times I tried it, it's not breaking at all. It's continuously it's running. So this is the difference between for loop and while loop. In for loop, you have to use range function, and in that range function, if you use a number, automatically for loop will increment. But in while loop, you have to specifically increment the counter by writing this statement: attempts plus equal to 1 or +2, whatever it may be. You have to write this thing. So that is the core difference. So next, what is the difference? Mm, So when to use for loop? When you know how many number of iterations you want to do, and for while loop, you don't know how many iterations. You have the condition, but you don't know how many iterations. So you use while loop, and risk of infinite loop very low in for loops, but in while loops it's a very high, the risk of infinite loops. Okay, so far we have seen for loop and while loop. So if you have any questions, Arif, you can come up so that I can answer you.
Yeah, in while loop also we have given the conditions, right?
Yes,
In
yeah,
that password example.
yeah, right.
Yeah. So see, here we have given less than three while attempts.
Yeah,
So
that is right.
why we have to like mention break again? Like it can stop at three, right?
Okay, so by default, while loop is designed in such a way that it will keep on running until a condition is met. So here the condition is very naive, you can say. We are saying attempts less than 3. Okay, so we are saying just saying less than 3 attempts you make, and if password matches whatever you enter the password, if it is correct, then print access granted. But while loop, we have to control also. So one more thing in while loop that we have to do is we have the ability to control. So we have to break that loop. So the by nature while loop keeps on running 3 times even if condition is met. So let me run this program. So even my condition mats. Okay, let me stop this first. It's running infinitely. Okay, so the practice is when I say Python 123, this is the correct password. So I'm entering the correct password. So access granted, it should stop. Okay, so why it's stopping? Because we are controlling the while loop. That's why it's stopping. So let me comment out the break statement now. Okay, so now we are not controlling the while loop if password is correct. Okay, so what happens is, just notice, so I'm giving the correct password. It says access granted, then again it started running because we are not breaking the loop if condition is met. So that is the default behavior of while loop. So even though uh, we have successfully reached this condition, our password is correct, but default behavior is, it says it should run 3 times with increment of 1. So this is its default behavior. That's why it's no, it's prompting us to enter one more time. Then and one more time it will prompt us, then it will stop. See, now we are not getting the input box. So 3 times it running. So this is the default behavior of while loop. So we can control this default behavior by using this control statements. So these are called control statements. So we are saying, even though I am asking you while loop to run 3 times, but if my condition, which is correct password, if the user enters, just break it there. Don't run 3 times. So that's what the behavior. Okay. So is this clear, or you have any more questions?
Clear.
Clear? Okay. Okay. So just now we have used the break statement inside a while loop. So these are called control statements. So controlling the loop. So how to control the loop? Using, there are 3 statements: break, continue, and pass. Using these 3 statements, we can control the loop. Okay. So what does break do? It exits the loop when a specific condition is met. So let's say I'm running for number in range 1 to 10. So what I'm saying, if number equal to 5, break my loop. So if my condition is met, I'm saying don't run till range 10. Immediately break the loop. So by default nature of loops is, it will try to run continuously until this number, the whatever the n number of times we have mentioned it to run. But we can also control it by mentioning the control statements, loop control statements. So I'll run this, and okay, I think I have to restart because previous program is running infinitely. Okay, so I ran this control for loop, and I use this control statement. What I said, if if you reach at number 5, break it and exit out of the loop. That's it. So that is the use of break statement. One more example of break. So we have items in a list: pen, pencil, eraser, marker. So what I'm saying, for item in items, if item is equal to eraser, print found eraser. So then only there itself break the program, come out of the loop. So even though I have 1, 2, 3, 4 items, what I said, if you found eraser, just come out of the loop. So it checked pencil, pen, and it found eraser. It came out of the loop. So you can practice some of these tasks to practice the break statement and how to control the loops. So one more control statement, loop controlling statement we have is continue. So what does continue does is skips the current iteration and moves to the next one. So it will skip one iteration. So let's say we are iterating 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are saying if my condition is equal to 3, if you commit 3, skip that number 3 and continue with 4, 5. So that's what we are saying. So let's see an example. So what I'm saying, I have a list called milk, eggs, out of stock, and butter. So one of the item is out of stock. So what I'm saying, whenever you see these kind of text in a list, just skip it. Don't count it and print other items. So let's say I have a website in that I have all the products. One of the product is out of stock, so I don't want to showcase that. So in those case, let's say what I'm saying, if you reach that kind of, if you see that kind of list, ignore it and continue with butter. So you notice the difference between break and continue statement. Break is immediately exiting out of the loop when condition is met, but when it comes to continue, it's skipping that particular condition when it is met and continuing with the next iteration. Okay, it continued with butter, you can see. So that is the difference between break and continue. Okay, so for number in range 1 to 6, if number equal to 3, skip number 3 and continue. So you can see here, so it will skip number 3 and continue from 4, 5. Okay. So you have some practice tasks. So you can complete this, so that will enhance your skills with control statements, looping control statements like continue. So next statement we have is pass statement. So pass statement is just a placeholder. Okay. So let's say so imagine you're reading each letter of word Python aloud, and when you encounter letter H, you choose not to say anything. You just silently skip it without making a noise, raising an error. You still continue reading the remaining letters normally. Okay. So let's see here in the example. So I'm printing for letter in Python. If letter equal to H, pass. So that means I'm just ignoring that letter in the loop. I'm just saying pass. So that means so the pass statement, what it will do is it will not error. It will not error out whenever if we write it. So we can avoid certain errors by using pass statement. So it will just skip it. You can use it to
In
skip.
for loops, it will like print in vertically only and not horizontally.
Sorry.
In for loop,
Yeah.
when we execute the program, so it will print in vertical direction only and not horizontal.
Yeah, by default it will print in vertical only. So we can make it horizontal also, or we have this one command called end equal to, if you give this, we can print it in horizontal. So
Okay.
we can use this in the print statement, but by default nature you are right, so it will print in vertical. All the letters it will print in vertical. Okay, so now let's see one more example of pass statement. Let's say you have a list which has tasks, multiple tasks, task 1, task 2, task whip, and task 3. So whip is like work in progress. So what I'm saying, I want to display all the tasks except if a task is in work in progress. So I'll just check all the tasks. I'll use for loop for task. So task is my variable, in is my operator, so that we have seen in operator class. Tasks, this is my list. So I'm checking for task in tasks list. So I'm checking in this list. Okay, so what I'm saying, if task, if my variable, if variable task equal to whip, then just ignore it, skip it, then move to next statement. So what it will do, it will print task 1, task 2, task 3. It will ignore printing this list item.
So this continue and pass are same, right?
Continue and pass, they are by
Both
nature
are
are
skippable.
same. Yeah, both are same, but there is a difference. There is a difference. Continue, it will uh, ignore when you reach a number, but there is a difference in their behaviors. So let's see how it differs. So instead of continue, yeah, both of them are same. So see, you'll see the same results. So both of them are same, but pass has certain characteristics that the this will avoid errors. So when you use pass, it will avoid raising errors in the program, but that is not the case with continue statement.
Okay, so if we want to skip anything, pass will be more reliable than continue.
Right. Right. Okay. So next we'll move to nested loops. Okay. So a lot of times we have to use loops inside a loop. So that is called nested loop. Okay. So there will be outer loop and inner loop. So combination of those two, when we write it, we can perform certain tasks. So this is useful for printing table like structures, for tables, for matrices, for grids, for printing patterns. For all these kind of operations, we have to use nested loops. Okay, so let's say you have a task, you want to print this pattern. So how do you do it? So I have to write nested loop. Let me scroll down a little bit. Okay, so what I have to do, for I in range. So how many I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for I in range 5. For j in range 5. So j is, so I is your rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I is your number of rows. J is your number of columns. J is your number of columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So
Because
what
we
I'm
have to
saying,
type
hmm,
4 only, right? Because it will count 0, the number in range.
yeah. So what n, the value of n will be 5, but loop will count from 0. 0 is one number. 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It will count till 4 only. So combination of these will become total. How many numbers is 5? So n will be 5. So that is how it will go. So this bit confusing, and you will come to know. See, we are counting from 0. This is one number. 0, 1, 2 numbers, 3 numbers, 4 numbers, 5 numbers. So our total value of n will be 5. You understood?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So now I'll say print star. So by default, when we print, so if I print this, it will print in this manner. So all, see how many? So you count 5, 5 into 5, 5 5 are 25, right? So all 25 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yes.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Or let me do one thing. Let me print the numbers beside it. Or I can do one thing. I'll copy this and okay, put it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So you see all 25 numbers are printed, but we don't want in this pattern. So now how do we print in this particular pattern? So now we have, you can see we have one row, then we have a new line. Okay, so we have a row printed all in one row, like 5 stars printed in one row. So what I have to do, I have to use this end equal to, I have to use this. So the advantage of this is, so all 5 values it will print in one line. Then again I have to go to the outer loop, I loop, and print new line. So if I say just print, it will print a new line if I don't write it anything. Now if I just execute it, here you can see this pattern is printed. See, so if you practice these patterns, your looping will become very good. So you will become master at for loops. And for loops are very important. Even if you consider, if you are attending any interviews, lot of questions will be asked around this. So there are a lot of scenarios I will share, so you can practice. So these kind of patterns will improve your looping as well as nested looping also. So now so let's say if I want to dynamically do this, I'll declare it here in value of n. N is equal to 5. So instead of writing the number 5, I'll say n. Yeah. So in the outer loop there is 5, inner loop also 5. and then for every row, after every row, we are printing as new line. So that is the this is the print that will print a new line. So this is the print that will print new row of stars. Okay, so let me delete this. Okay, so we have one more type of pattern. So what is this pattern? So instead of printing everything in a rectangle, we have this triangle type of pattern. So in this, so here now you can notice more than programming, your logic building is coming into picture. So if you practice this pattern building, so how you build logic using for loops, that kind of practice you can perform it here. So let me make some space here. Okay, so what I will say, for first I will declare n, value of n is n equal to 5. So this is little confusing. So value of n will be 5, but the range will start from 0 and end it n minus 1. So I'll mention here, a range starts from 0 and end at n minus 1 by default, even though we don't mention. So that will be 4. So that will be 5 numbers. At the end, it will be 5 numbers because it's starting from 0. 3, 4, sorry, 3, 4. Yeah, till 4 only. So to print this pattern, I'll say for I in range of n. Okay. For j in range, here you can see I is just a variable. We are declaring these variables. You can have anything, you can write anything. And in is an operator. So we have seen in operators class. Range is a function. So it takes integer values. So here, what is the integer value? N equal to 5. So we are saying 5. So let me say n. And I'll print stars. Okay, stars. And I'll say end equal to double quote. So that will print the stars in horizontally. Then again, I have to give a empty I have to print a new line for at each row. So here you can see this print is as print is in the outer loop. So if I do this, it's in inner loop. So if I directly print below I, this is in outer loop. So now if I print it, what do I get? I get the same thing like I got previously. Now this is not we are looking for. We are looking for a triangle. So how do I do that? I change the logic here. So here you can see initially the value of I will be 1. So it's incrementing by 1. Each value is incrementing by 1. So what I will say, I'll declare the inner loop as I plus 1. So now just by changing my logic, I was able to change my pattern. So that's why for loops along with if you are trying these kind of problems, it will improve your loopings as well as it will improve your logic building. Similarly, same question we have. Instead of stars, we need to print 1 2 3 4. Okay, same, like it's incrementing by 1 at every step. The second value, the the value is incrementing by 1. Digits are increment. So here we have 1 digit, 2 digit, 3 digit, 4 digit, 5 digit. So here to print those numbers, what I did in the previous program, I printed stars. Now I print the numbers. So what will J hold? J will hold these numbers. So this will hold the numbers. So let me print this. So it will hold the numbers. So you can also check what J will hold. So you can just print the value of J. Instead of doing J plus 1, you can just do J. So it will take the value as 0 from here. Okay. It will pass this value 0 here. 0 plus 1 is 1. So now our range is 1. So when the range is 1, when it's from which number it starts? 0. So since it starts from 0, the J value is 0. So now because J value is 0, it will print 0. Okay, so let me explain this at each step. So I think that will make it more clear. Okay, so okay. So first time I equal to I value is 0. So what happens is, so here the value of I becomes 0. So it checks, is 0 in our range in 5, 0 to 5? Yes, it's in our range. Okay, go to below step. Okay, so 0 plus 1. 0 plus 1, it will become 1. Okay, now start with 0. So when the range is 1, or at J, the value is become n, the value will become n is equal to 1, and it will start from 0. So J value will become 0 here. So here I value will be 0. Here I equal to 0. Now J will be 0. So since it prints J here, 0. Now automatically for loop increments, right? So it will go to number 1. So I value will become 1. So now I is 1. Now here what formula we had? I plus 1. So I plus 1. Mean 1 plus 1 is 2. Now it will J loop will run 2 times. Why? Because now at J place we have n is equal to 2. So now J will run 2 times because now J will have 2 digits, 0 and 1. So now J value will become 0 and 1. It will print 2 times J. Now again it will go to I. Now the automatically the value of I will increment to 2. Now I value will become 2, and at I place n is 5. Okay, so now it will go here. What is the formula here? I plus 1, right? So I plus 1 will not, that means 2 plus 1. So here our n becomes 3. Okay, now J have to run 3 times, 0 for 0, for 1, for 2. Now it will print 0, 1, 2 because we are printing J. Now it will go back to I loop. I will become 3. Okay, so I, now what is our formula? I plus 1. So instead of I, will replace 3. 3 plus 1 is 4. So now n value become 4. Now J will have 0, 1, 2, 3. So J will run 4 times. J loop will run 0 times. For 0 value it will run 1 time, 1 value, 2 value, 3 value. So all those values it will print here. So again I value will increment. So this is the last, because when n is 5, our I values will be 0 to 4 only. So now this is the last outer loop. So when J value is I value is 4, I is equal to 4, and it will go down below. So what is our formula here? I plus 1. So instead of I, will place 4. We replace it. 4 plus 1 is 5. So now my n has become 5. Now my J has to run 5 times. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is how all this pattern got printed. But do we want this? We don't want this. What is our original pattern? We want 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I have to do? By looking at this, I can say I have to add a plus here, +1. So when I do a +1, I will notice that my original pattern, whatever is required, it will print. So I have to comment this before running this program. So I have to comment these values. Okay, let me run this. Oh, something. Oh, okay. So I+1. So here the formula is I+1. So let me run this now again. So what
No, that
is
that for 4 instead of 4, it will be I, no?
sorry, yeah, this is the problem. Okay, right. So now it had printed whatever the pattern that required for me. So that is how outer and inner loop in combination they will run. So this is very important for logic building, even in asked in interview questions also for Python.
Okay, but in this problem, we have not defined the n value, right? So it is taking from the above example, right? The n value. So
No,
it
no,
is
actually we
printing by.
defined it. Yeah, it's taking from the above cell.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Yeah, right. N value is compulsory, defining n values. Yeah, it took from the above example, above cell, from this program. Okay, so similarly, I have put a different patterns. So let's look at reverse triangle pattern. So here you can see we are our value is decrementing by 1. You can see it's decreasing by 1. So our inner loop logic will change here now. So I'll say n minus 1. So if I say n minus 1, I'll be able to print this pattern. So similarly with others here. Okay. Yeah. So this is a complex problem. You can try it. So this you have to solve this. You need 3 loops. Under I loop, you need to use 2 j loops. So by using that, you can solve. So you can try out all this. I request you to do hands-on. Then only you will be able to remember and recall and take notes and just learn it in such a way that you should remember, you know, uh, forever after this. Because I'm seeing a lot of demand for Python and lot of interview questions being asked around it. So these are basics. If we know these basics well, uh, the remaining topics like pandas and others libraries, it will become easier for you because there will have a chance of using loops a lot. So you practice these problems well. This if you make these foundations perfectly, hands on, then it will be very easier for you in the advanced topics. So that's what I
Like,
can say.
are we going to have this practicals which is done in like companies and all, like in data sets and all?
Yeah. So this is how it is related. So you can
Yeah.
see uh, these patterns. If you solve it in the real world, if you want to print certain columns, you have to go and search, go in the Google. So that is for sure. But in interviews, if we don't remember, if we don't do hands on, they'll not consider it. So that's the problem. So interviews, if you are attending, you have to be very much hands on. So if you practice these tasks, you will become very good at logic building, Python programs writing. Then you will be able to solve in the interview. So I think at the end we want two things: we want to work as well as we want to clear interviews. So for clearing interviews, we have to be very good at hands on, and on the job when you go, nobody uh, writes hands on by remembering. They refer Google and chat gpt and all, because that is very convenient, very easy. But in interviews it doesn't work. So we have to remember, and recall. So those things will happen, and we can memorize only if we do hands on. So we can recall easily.
Okay.
Okay. So any other questions you have?
No, that's it.
Okay. 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 So I will upload this workbook in the drive. So you go through it, and I request you to solve these tasks.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. So yesterday we have seen loops. What are the different types of loops in Python? So that are while loop and for loop. And we have also seen when to use which kind of loop. For example, while loop we use when we have a condition and we don't know how many times we have to run the loop. And while loop must be, we should have a counter with while loop. Otherwise, it will go into infinite loop. So when it comes to for loop, it automatically updates the counter, and we need to mention how many times we need to iterate the for loop. So today we'll see with for loops, like what are the three kinds of data types we can iterate. So we have range data type, so which we already seen yesterday, list and string. So these are the three data types that you can iterate in for loops. So I'll just go through this small topic, then we'll move on to functions. Okay. So range is also a data type. So range takes three values. Okay. So range will have three values: start, stop, and step. So here you can see start, stop, and step. So I'll show you. So if you do not mention anything in the, if you mention just one value in the range function, so it will consider as how many times you should iterate this for loop. So it says, you can iterate this for loop 5 times. And in the range function, whenever you give any value, it starts from 0. 0 to 4 is 5 values. So it says at what step you should stop. If you just give one value, it says you should stop at 5. After iterating 5 times, you should stop. So that is the meaning. If you just give one value in the range function, and if you give two values, that means you are declaring at what step you should start and at what step you should stop the loop. So for example, let me give 0 here. If I give 0, so what do you think numbers will be printed? 0 to 5. So n minus 1. So this value will be considered n. So n minus 1 will be 0 to 5. Okay. So let's say I'm saying start at 1. So for I in range 1 to 6. So what I'm saying, start at 1. Start from here now. So it will skip this 0, 1 to 5. So whatever start value you give, by default, stop is decided by this number. So I can give 2, and it will start the loop from here, 2 to 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So now you can give all three values. So even if you do not declare, the default is, if you do not declare three values. So let's say you have these three values here. So you are declaring here what is the start, what is the stop, and what is the step. Okay. So I'm declaring here. So I'm saying start at 1 and take 2 steps. So after 1, what will be the 2 steps? So 2, 3. So 2 step would be third 3 number. Then again 2 steps, 5. Again 2 steps, 7. Again 2 steps, 9. And where should I stop? N minus 1. So value of 10 is 9. So at 9 I should stop. So now we are giving start, stop, and step. So if you do not give anything, so default behavior, it will consider everything as 1. So even it will consider start as 0. So defaultly it will consider start as 0 and step as 1. So this is the default. So these two are default values it will consider if you do not give anything, if you just give stop number. Okay. Okay. So in for loops, you can loop in reverse order also. So I can give step in minus. So for example, what I'm saying, so this is my stop number, this is my start number, and this is my step. So when you are giving in reverse, this is how you have to declare. So this is our stop number. And you notice when we are reversing the loop, it will not start from 0, it will start from 1. Okay, so you have to remember these. So when you're starting a function in positive integers from at the beginning of the range function 0 to 5, it will take 0 to 4. But if you are doing a reverse loop, it will do 5 4 3 2 1. Okay. Okay, so this we have already seen, loop with range and conditions. So this, by default you do not mention anything, and if you want to find out odd or even numbers, you can declare a conditions inside the loop. Okay, so um, let's see how to loop through lists. So why I am repeating this, because these are very important concepts, and these are used heavily in programming. Whenever you are building something, you're writing something, these are heavily used in real life projects. So we loop through range function. Now we are looping through a list. So this is a list called fruits. Now this is my for loop. This is my variable. So you can write anything here. I can write even I, and this is my member operator, and this is my list. So I'm looping through the list. So apple, banana, and cherry. So this is how we can loop through the list. And here you can see, here we are directly looping through the list. Now let's say I want to loop through a list using a range function. How do we do that? I can define a range function here, and inside the range function I will declare length function, length of fruits. So this will convert my range function to integer. Okay, so now here you can notice we are printing two things, index as well as value. So every whenever you are working with for loops, it will have two things. One is index, and one is what is the value that you are looping through. So the value apple has 0 index, and the value banana has 1 index, and the value cherry is 2 index. So likewise, any value that you loop from positive, like from 0 to large number, it will start with 0 and it will increment by default with 1. So here you can see index 0 has apple, 1 has banana, 2 has cherry. So
Yeah, I
these,
didn't understand that syntax of print
which
f
one?
index.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. So f is a doc string. So it's a type of string which you can use to print values with a specific format. For example, let me print this without f string. So you'll understand. So I'll not be able to print in the format that I want. Okay, so let me keep it as is. Okay, so I have to comment this out. Here you can see. So we want to include variable outputs inside the print function with the specific format that we want, we can use F. So this is called docstring. So it is useful for comments inside our programming. If we want to put some comments, we can use it. So with this, what will happen is, here you can see I can print index function, and this is the variable. So I take this I, and if I give curly braces, that means I want to print the value of I in this loop. So this is the fruits. Fruits is my list of I. So you can see here. So let me first print this fruits of I. So first time I value will be 0, right? So this index 0 will go here. Okay, though the first apple will be printed, then next loop the value of 1 will go at the place of I. Now it will pick up banana, then it will print banana. In the next loop, when it will increment by 1, the value of 2 will go here, and it will print this cherry. So if I run this, just this statement, and if I print it, you can notice that. Okay, so it's accessing, we are accessing this value at 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, and just printing it. Now what I'm doing is I'm taking this value and I want to use it inside the print function, and I want to print along with the other strings. So generally, if we do not do this, how I would write this? I have to write separately. So I have to use print, then I have to give double quotes, and I have to write index, then I have to give I, then I have to give comma, then I have to give has, then give another comma, then print this value. Okay, so generally this is how we write. Okay, so but inside just one string, if I want to write everything, my static text as well as the values that are being generated from the loop, if I want to do both of those, I can use this docstring F along with the quotes around it. But the format of the variable accessing will change a little bit. So instead of just saying I, this is how you would rewrite this. So what I'm saying, I'm just giving double quotes, and inside these double quotes, I'm writing everything. Index. Now I want to print I. So it will not print I, because inside the print statement, it will consider just static text. It will not consider variable printing. So you can see I. So what I have to do, I have to give curly braces around it. So then it will consider, okay, I'm going to access this index. So it will say, okay, I'm trying to access this index. So for that, I have to give F. Then it will print the value instead of just static text. So similarly, I can rewrite this completely. Then we are able to print it. So it's just a way of printing along with the format that we require. We can use docstrings. So these are very helpful. If you want to generate SQL statements in your print, then you can use this. And if you want to write, if you want to generate a query along with the format that you need, we write in this way. So that it maintains that no what you can syntax that we want SQL to understand. So this is one of the use case with fstring. Okay, so we'll move forward. So now again, so we can use list and using enumerate function, we can loop through a list. So you can see here, I'm saying for index comma fruit. So these two are variables. Index is my variable and fruit is also variable. So in my list, if I want to access both index as well as the value, so this is how I can do it using enumerate function. So the difference here and here is I'm using I and fruits. I'm writing length of fruits. So you can see here I'm writing. So here I'm not counting the length of my list. I'm just giving fruits. So if I just want to print both index as well as the values inside it using lists directly without counting the length of the list, I can use enumerate function. So this function will count as well as bring the index, and we can access. So if we say print of index, it will print 0 1 2. Then it will, when you are saying fruit, it will print the value of that index: 0 index apple, 1 index banana, 2 index cherry. This is how it will print. So
But
I'm
we don't
showing you
have
different.
a
Yeah,
variable of
good.
named as fruit, right?
What is it? Can you repeat again?
We don't have any value of fruit, right? So why we are mentioning fruit?
Okay. So enumerate function, when you use, right, so it can take two variables. So it will generate two values. So
Okay.
one is index and one is fruit. So I'm declaring fruit and index so that I want to print. So I can use, so let's see. So if I just use, so let me just print fruits here. Okay, so consider this is our program. Okay, indentation is correct. Quotes. Okay, so you can see this enumerate function, it generated the value in a tuple along with the index. So now what I am doing is I am taking this value in another variable called index. So I'm taking this value here, this value here in index, and this index, whatever the actual value that that index contains is fruit. That is apple at 0, 1 at banana, 2 cherry. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Or okay, is it clear, right?
Can you run this one?
Now you can see here. So when we are storing those two values separately inside the index and fruit, and we are just printing the fruit, that's why you can see only the fruit values. Now if you print both index and its value will be printed. So this enumerate function, it will hold two values. One is index, at what position this apple value exists, and what is the actual value in the list. So that's why we are using two variables here to capture those.
Index, I understood it about index, but we have a variable named as fruits, right? So
Yeah, variable
we
is
can, yeah,
fruits. That we are variable is fruits, and that holds lists. But here this
like
is
what
not
is the
fruits,
use of
this
that
is
fruit?
fruit.
Yeah,
no S here. So
Getting
this
the
is
what is
different, this
the
is
use of
different.
that?
Sorry, can you come up again once again?
Yeah,
What
fruits
is
I
the
understood, but like what is like how it's being implemented, that fruit index I understood, but the
okay?
fruit we have no value of fruit, right? We have fruits, and I'm not getting like how fruit is working in this.
Okay, let's forget about fruit. Consider I and value. Okay, so I'm saying this is I, this is value. So whatever this function enumerate is generating from by reading. So enumerate function is reading this list. So whenever it's reading the lists, it's reading in this form at each line 0 and apple. So what we are saying, okay, take this 0 value, put it in I variable, take this apple and put it in value. So now to print this, I say I and the value of I. I get it. Is it clear now?
Yeah, okay.
Clear, right? Okay. 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 So I think this one is causing confusion. So I'll say value. Okay. Or I can say I. That's it. You can take any name. So since Python takes different values. So to avoid confusion, let's go with I. So this is my list. And what I'm saying, I'm looping through my list for I in fruits. So what it will do, let's print our I before going into this. Okay, so this is how it will print, just the values. That's it. Okay. Now what
And
I'm
if we
saying
make
is,
index, then it will also print index value, right?
yeah. So if we use enumerate function or if we use fruits of I, where is it? Here you can see. Yeah.
So without
No.
enumerate also, if we
No,
make
no,
an
no. So
index,
for that we need to use length function. Without,
okay.
yeah. So if you want to print both, you need to use length because it will not generate value. So this here you can see it's not generating index. So to access that value, I need index also. So to get index, I need to convert these fruits into integer. So that would be length function, and I can use range. So I have to go back to this again. So I have to, if I have to print both index and fruits. But now here you can see we are not worried about index. We are just worried about values. So I'm printing three values. Now my condition is if A in fruits. So if anything that contains A, print that value. Sorry, this is I variable. So we have changed it. Okay. So it says apple contains A, banana contains A. So whatever contains A, it printed that values. So these are different ways of using for loops with range data type and the list data type and string data type. Okay. So yesterday you asked about like what is the real use case, right? In for loops, mostly used with uh, this working with SQL in Python. Like if you have to write any data pipeline that you are working with SQL, you have to write, insert into database using for loops. This is the way that is used. So in the nested loops.
Am I audible?
Yeah. So I was
Hello.
saying that, can you hear me, Arif?
Yeah, actually, I got dropped off. There is
Okay,
a
okay.
power cut at my place.
Okay. So I
So,
was saying that these scenarios are used in real world programming. For example, if you are building a data pipeline in data engineering, data science, for loops
uh,
are used a lot because we have to loop through data a lot of the times. Okay. So for loops are used a lot. So this is one sample example. So we have a matrix. So rows and columns. So if you want to loop through a matrix, so this is a sample. So same thing you can do. You can loop through a table. You can define a table and you can loop through it. Okay. So now we have seen range function. We have seen lists. Now we'll go with the strings. So another use case with for loops is we can loop through lists. So I have a we can loop through strings. So I have a string called Python. So I want to loop through this uh, string. So how do I do that? I'll define for. I can mention my variable. So I have mentioned character as my variable. And what is that string? Text is the string. So I'm looping through this. I'm printing it. And so this, so here it's a different way of accessing. So here we are not concerned about index. So whenever we are directly accessing the list or string, will not get the index. But let's see here, we want to loop through index as well as print value of index and what is the value at that index. So in that case, we have to go with the range function and define what is the length of that string. Then only we will be able to print both index as well as its value. Here you can see character at index 0 is p. So this is how we will be able to access if we define the length of that string and use that length in the range function. Okay. So let's move to next. So count vowels in a string. So I have a text called Python and I'm defining my count is equal to 0. Okay, I'm declaring a variable equal to 0. So this is my output. I will store my final output in this variable. So that's why I'm declaring it here. So now I use for loop. So I'm defining a variable for ch in text. So I'm looping through this text. If ch dot lower, so I'm defining lower function in AEIOU. So if this function is, if this text falls under any of these vowels, then count it. Otherwise, exit. So it says we have one vowel. So now you can add, it will count. We have three vowels. One, two, three. Okay.
so what is this CH? Okay, that's just
Just
variable,
a
right?
variable. Yeah, variable. So you can say I. That's it. You say I. You can write anything. Can so since this is a character and it makes sense
Why
also
we are
to say,
doing lower? Why we
yeah.
are
So why
typing
we are
lower?
doing lower is because I have, as we have seen in previous classes also. Let's say I give ABC EE. Now it will not even recognize the character because here we our uh, vowels is in lowercase. So I need to compare lowercase with lowercase to get the result. So now if I do not define this lowercase, so what will happen? It will count vowel as 0 because it's not able to recognize the uppercase. It's not able to compare uppercase with lowercase. So to standardize, what we are saying is lower. So that means it will first convert our uppercase to lowercase, then compare it. So it will be a proper apple to apple comparison, right? So now it will compare. So in the same way, If you do not want to do that, you can write. There are multiple ways. You can define caps here, A, E, I, O, U, and you can define upper here. Even if you type lowercase here, A, B, E, E, then it will be able to compare. So there are different ways. So our only goal is to get the required result so that our logic is foolproof. So when I added upper, it's able to compare it properly. So you can do either ways also. Okay. So this was very important concepts in loops. So that's why I repeated it today. So let's see how we can combine range, list, and strings together. So I have a list. Okay, if for I in range, so here you can see I can combine name at 0 index is Alice, and length of that, then what is the length of that characters? 5. So we are counting the length of the characters also. So we can combine and do a lot of things. Nested loops of strings. Here I have a list, and I'm looping it AL. So I'm just converting it to vertically B0CH. So modify list
But
items
it has
using
separated.
range.
If can you just go through that example? Just now,
Okay.
what you have shown. Yeah. So it has separated everything, right? A, L, B, O.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So it
here you
will
can
it
see.
create.
Mm,
So we can separate words also, right? If we have one word, so we can separate them letter by letter.
yes. Yeah. So to break down, we can just print name first, and you can see what's it's actually printing. It's printing ALBOCH. So what we are doing, we are writing again one more loop to separate that. So now we are considering every letter as individual character and printing it vertically.
Okay. And what about the index? Like each letter will have different index, or AI will have one index.
Okay, so when you consider list, it will have one index here. Okay, so at the
Okay.
top level, so there will be two things. So this is top level, this is list, right? So this will have 0 index, and this will have one index, this will have two index. But when this value goes inside the loop, this value goes inside the loop, right? So inside this ch loop, now it will consider two values. Now inside the loop, it will have two indexes, 0 and 1. A will have
Yeah.
0 index, and L will have 1 index. Outside the loop, it will be 0, but this value as a whole going inside the loop. And again, we are considering A as 0 index inside the loop, L as 1 index inside the loop. So this is how it will treat.
Okay. So yes, but for every word we have to write for loop. Like if we want to separate them, so here are three words like A, L, B, O, C, H. So we'll be writing three loops, right? Nested loops to separate all of them.
for every word. So we are doing it for every word itself, right? So you can see this is a separate word, this is separate word, this is separate word. So only thing is it's just two characters, but it's a word. So you can just add something.
Yeah. Okay, so
Or
if we only want to print O,
mm-hmm.
so we will again, like, what we will do here? Uh, we
So
will
if you
use
want to
nested loop,
print
right?
O, you will write a condition. Either there are two ways. Either you can write it through a condition, or you can define. Okay, so where is O in my list? So better is to access is through condition. Now our list is small. We are able to discover. Okay, in my list at one index, I have BO. Okay, so let's me extract BO value. So what I will say, so I have to rewrite it in different way now. So range of length of mm, uh, names. So what I will say, so since I know my list and it is small, so I can say name of one. So this will bring my second value in the list only. Okay, so let me comment out. So okay, I need to comment this out also. Indentation. So what's the error? Int objects is not scriptable. Is it correct? Okay, okay. So it's saying this object is integer. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm directly accessing this value since I know I have O here. Now I will write another for loop. Okay, for ch in name. Now inside the for loop,
Why they printed three times view?
yeah, it prints three times because what is the length of names?
Okay, okay, okay. Three
That is why
times.
it's
Okay.
printing three times. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now inside the loop we have bo bo. So now we'll consider b as 0, o as 1. So now when I'm printing inside the loop, I'll say I'll access 1. So again, so here if I want to access by value, I have to convert into length. Otherwise, I can write if statement. So best thing is to write if statement. If uh, ch equal to o, print it. That's what I'll say. Expected. Okay, if statement expects. Hold on. Okay, so indentation after it 4 spaces. I need to comment this out also. Int object is not true. Okay. So when I'm doing this, it's considering as int object. So I'll convert it back to names and I'll comment this out. What is it? For I in range names and for character in name, character anything I need to comment. Okay. So let's take this list and so I don't have, okay, I got what I was trying to do. I was using range function. Okay. So let me remove this range function. Now let me try. So we got O. So we are looping through all the values from the list, and then we are looping through each of these characters that list generated. Then we are doing a quick if condition. If character is equal to O, just print that. So this is how we'll get. This is how we can do this. So the purpose of showing these different scenarios is how you can access this range. I mean, how you can use for loops in different ways, because I have seen people use for loops in different ways, and if you are solving some problems, you will get confused. Okay, so for this problem we are using for loop in this way, for this problem you are using for loop in this way. So there are three things that I categorized: range function, list, and string. So in range function, anyhow, we have to mention that integer. So using range function, we can loop a list, we can loop a string also. But if you are directly using lists, uh, there is a way how you can access index, how you can access its value, how you can access both at a time. So these are different ways. Okay, so here you can say modify. So let's say I want to modify list items using range and indexing. So I'll say num is equal to num plus 5. Inside the for loop, I'm defining. So let what is my list? 10, 20, 30, 40. So I'm modifying my list, adding plus 5 to each of these elements. So it will become 15, 25, 35, 40. Okay. So now here, so again, even using the same number, you can loop through index of these numbers, uh, list of numbers and its value. Same thing. 0, 1, 2. As we have done with the list of strings, these are list of numbers. Okay, right? I hope this is clear. So overall, if I would like to summarize this, we can see when loop type is basic counting, we can use the range function and we can define stop. These are most commonly used. And indexed list. So if you have indexed list, you can just use list, and we can use this combination and direct list loop. So for X in list, we have seen this also. We have seen both with enumerate function, like how you can use list of list. So nested list for matrices, we have seen this here. Here, this is the nested list, and how do we loop it in the strings? So yesterday you asked one question, right? So the difference between continue and pass, and see, this is tricky. So even I got confused regarding continue and pass. So the continue statement, what it does is it will go into the loop and it will find the number. Okay, so we are saying at number 2 index value, skip the number, then it will skip this number at number 2 and it will start from next number 3, 4. But when it comes to pass, so pass statement is like it's a placeholder where we are saying that uh, my logic is not yet ready, I'm trying to build my logic. Meanwhile, I will write this statement and just write pass. That means just do nothing. Just when you see it, do nothing. That means I will write my logic later on in here. So that is the meaning of pass actually. So in uh, demo, how this is how it will work. For I in range, if I is equal to skip this number, continue processing. So here you can see it will start from 0 And number two, it will skip printing. So here I have printed it just to show you. Before continue, I have printed it. After continue, it will not print it. So before continue itself, I printed it to show you that it will skip the number two. But when it comes to pass statement, it will not skip it. So here you can see it's continued printing this. So that means we are yet to write some logic here, which we have not decided. So that's the reason why we can write pass statement. So that the way of saying ignore this. Ignore this. There will be
Okay.
no operation performed here. So that is the actual difference between continue and pass. Okay.
Okay. So while in pass we are keeping something on hold, right?
Yeah, something on hold. That means I have yet to decide my logic. So instead of just writing print, what I'm saying, just pass. That means I'll write my logic later on. You just ignore this, perform no operation.
Okay.
So that's what it means. So that's the
So
actual difference.
it will not give an error, right? We use
No,
pass.
it will not. Yeah, it will not give an error, and it will not, you know, uh, execute this statement also. There is no operation performed here. It will just keep on continuing. So you can see it will print 0, 1, and it will print 2, 3, 4 also. Okay. So shall we continue with functions now, or we'll stop it?
Can do tomorrow.
What do you say?
Can do tomorrow.
We'll do tomorrow. Okay. Okay, then we'll continue with functions tomorrow. So I'll upload these notes. You keep on
Yeah.
practicing these. So these are the various
Can we
scenarios
have
I have covered.
Sunday off this week?
Okay, okay. Then we'll make it 5 days only. Okay, then we'll meet tomorrow.
Maybe.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Functions are very important in Python. So let's take a real life analogy. What are functions? So functions are a reusable part of code that you write once but can be used repeatedly whenever there is a required. Okay. So let's say here is a sample. We have write definition. So this is how you write function. You declare function by writing a keyword called def, and you write the function name. So the name can be anything. It's up to you. It's not that there is except reserved keywords. You can write anything. So since we are greeting, so we have written greet, and then there is a semicolon here. So this is the structure of a function, and then whatever comes inside should be indented. So we have a concept of indentation in function, right? So in Python, right? So that is, it takes 4 spaces. So after you hit enter, so anything that you are saying should come inside the function, it should be 4 spaces. So our print statement should be here. So when we say greet, it says hello from function. So in case, if you break this indentation, it will error out. Expected an indented block. So that means after, so whatever you want to print from a function, you want to execute from a function, there should be an indentation of 4 spaces like this. So next, what is this? We are calling that function. So the same function name, we are taking it and using a curly open and close brackets to call that function. So this is how a sample syntax of function. Okay. So now we'll talk about functions in more detail. So in short, function is like moduling your code. It's like modularization. So let's take an example of car manufacturers. So when a car manufacturer builds a car, so what they do, they have separate team who build engines. They have separate team who build seats or doors, who build the car body structure, and finally they all bring together and assemble it. So that way they will be able to manufacture lots of cars. So if they just try to build everything, whole car at once, so they will not be able to build faster, they will not be able to reuse, because all these things like engines, seats, they are reusable components, and these things they can use in other models of the car. So it's like they have module their uh, you know departments in such a way that they will be able to reuse those components. So similar, it's a real life example. The same way, one more example we can think of is brick makers. So what do? They have different size of molds and different shapes. So one thing is it will standardize the size and shape. So let's say they get an order, so they will not make each brick separately by hand, so that will take a lot of time, and they will not be able to deliver on time also. So what do? They have a mold, they use that mold, and that uh, they will be able to reuse to make that shape, or whatever the size is required. So that is how modularization happens in real life. So same way, even in programming, we use functions to module the code, reuse the same logic, so that we can just run the function and get whatever we need. Okay, so let's see in detail why do we need functions. Okay, so one thing is there's a dry principle. So dry means don't repeat yourself. So in, let's say you have the requirement of writing addition multiple times in the programming. So add this number, subtract, add, subtract. So every time what you have to do, you have to write a plus b, you have to declare variables, and you have to write this a plus b. So let's say you have got this requirement one more time, you will write a plus b. So instead of doing this repeatedly, we write this function, we call the function, if you want to add, we'll call this sum function, and we'll pass the values. So we'll talk about it, how to pass the values in the later slides. So the first principle, why do we need function, is because we can avoid repetitions. Okay, so the next is it improves code clarity and organization. Like we can properly organize our code. Let's say you have an application, you want to add an user, remove user, update user information. So for each of these tasks in an application, you can write a function. So that way, let's say tomorrow you got a requirement to add some features in your application, you'll just modify that particular block of code. That way it helps you organize your code and gives clarity whatever you have in your application. Similarly, in real life, you can think of a book. So book has multiple chapters. So let's say an author is writing a book, he will think of writing different chapters first, then he will compile it all together. So if there is a correction that needed in any chapter, he will go back to that chapter itself. He will not correct the complete book. So similar analogy we can say. So it's organizing the code, and it gives more clarity. So it is easy to debug and test also. So if you have to debug your code and uh, find errors, find where the issue is, so what you can do, let's say you have a big application that has lot of functions, you can test each of these functions one by one, then your tests will be completed. So let's say in a team, people 5 to 10 people are working, they are building an application. So this code organization, what it does is it also helps people collaborate. So 10 people can build 10 different functions. Suppose um, user A, developer A, he will build add function. Developer B, he will build delete function. Developer C, he will build update function. So that way, at the same time, they are able to work on the same application separately, and they will finally just combine that into one big program. So it helps collaborate, reduce time, as well as uh, avoid repetition, and parallelly they can work on the same application without one developer has to wait on other developers. So they are working independently, and they'll combine it together at once at the end. So next, fifth is it will enable advanced features. So we'll see this in later sessions. So these advanced features are built in functions such as recursion. You have to write recursions, functional programming, lambda expressions, decorators, and more. Okay. So let's let's write a simple function. Okay, say hello. So as we discussed, what is the keyword? So whenever you are writing a function, just define def keyword. So this says you are writing a function. Then we write function name, say hello. Then open and close brackets. Then you give colon. So this says you are defining a function. Okay. Then if you hit enter, so whatever comes after this indented block, so this is 4 spaces. You can go back 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is indentation in Python. So that means we are executing inside the function block. So I'm writing print hello. Okay. So now my job is done. Now, how do I execute this? So if I execute this program, this will not print anything. So the next thing is I need to call the function. To print it, I need to call it. So same, whatever the function I have defined, I will call it using say hello, open and close brackets. So that way, this will call the function, this will go here, and it will execute whatever is inside this function. So similarly, if you want to build, declare another function. So what are the steps? First is def keyword. Next, step 2, function name. Step 3, and you have to compulsorily give colon. Then step 4, write the logic inside the function. So whatever you want to execute. And step 5, call the function. So these are the steps involved in writing a function. So I'll comment these steps out. Okay. So using this logic, we'll write goodbye function. So I'll declare the variable, write my function name, open and close brackets, then give a colon, and also I can include one more step, step 4.1, write the logic in that block. So we have to give an indentation of 4 spaces and print goodbye. So now we have written the logic So here the logic is simple. Yes, we are printing it. We are not writing it complex logic, but we can write complex logic also. So now I'm calling my function. You say goodbye. So this is how a simple function works. Now moving on, function will take parameters also. Okay. So function will take parameters. So what are those parameters? Let's see. So here we didn't have any parameters inside a function. So to effectively work with functions, you need to have parameters. So I'm saying I will pass a parameter. So if I do not pass, so let's say I'm executing this function. So this function has parameter called name. So that means it's asking a parameter. So what it says, greet user missing one required positional argument called name. So it's expecting a name. So that means it's expecting an input from the user. So I need to provide whatever the text. So it's asking name. So based on the name, it will greet me. Okay. So this is how it will work. So we are taking an argument parameters inside a function. So similarly, if you want to welcome a user, you can write this function and welcome a user. So now a function can take more than one argument. So here there is one parameter only. So uh, there is one parameter name. You can take another parameter age. So you can pass it. So for example, I say comma age. So similarly, when I have two parameters inside my function, so I have defined my function with two parameters. So I have to pass two parameters. So if I do not pass, then what it says, so I just passed one parameter and I'm running my function, I'm calling my function. So it says greet user missing one required positional argument called age. So I need to pass one more. Now it took now it ran successfully, but it didn't print. Why? Because we didn't print it. So let me print it here. So this is how it will work. So you can add multiple parameters also. So you can add multiple parameters. Okay. Okay. Just one second. Okay. So till now here we have seen function with parameters. So let's see function with return values. So every function will return a value. So for example, let me execute this. So here you can see we have defined DEF definition add of a comma b. These are my parameters. Then I'm saying return. So every function will return a value. So how does it happen is we'll define a function add and we'll say a comma b and then give a colon. When we say return a plus b, so we are returning a value. We are returning our logic. So this is our logic. Okay. So when I call my function, add. So here I'm calling my function. So when I'm calling my function, I have to pass those values. So whatever the number I want to add. So when I run it, it says 30. Now, whatever the value that function is printing, even I can take that in another variable called result. So let's say I have a complex long program. So I can take that value and pass it in another program. I can do that. So by default, this is how it will work. So a function returns a value. So the advantage of this is you can write so many functions. So I take definition. I can write subtraction function. Just say subtraction, and instead of returning a plus b, I'll say a minus b. Okay, so what happened to this? It's not taking. Let me restart this. Oh, sorry, I'm calling the wrong function. Okay, got it. So I'm calling the sub. When I say sub, it says minus 10. So this is how a function uh, will return values. So now you can practice these tasks: how to multiply, how to subtract, how to divide, division. Okay. So now function will take default arguments also. Okay. So we can define default arguments. So what are default arguments? So let's see here. So let's say I have defined a function sum, and I'm saying a equal to 10, comma b equal to 20. So what I'm saying, if the user, I have to give colon here, print a plus b. Okay. Now I'll call my function. So notice here, I'm not passing any value. I'm just calling my function. So it will run it. So previously we have seen when we have a variable a comma b here, we passed values 10 comma 20. So what we are saying is, in case someone doesn't provide values, so in case if someone doesn't provide any values or pass any values to the function while calling it, by default take these two, 10 and 30. So now notice here I'm passing another values, 10 and 50. So now let me run the program. It will take whatever the values I am passing. So if I do not pass values, it will take defaultly 10 and 30. So that is how now we can make our program error free. So by using default arguments. Okay, so you can practice this task: write a function, define a default function, city Hyderabad, and call it. So, and try to provide different city values, and see if you do not provide any value, whether it errors out or whether it works. Just try out these tasks. Okay, so now moving on to next task, keyword arguments. Okay, so we can pass keyword argument to functions also. So let's see an example. We have declared definition. We have defined this function student info name comma age, and we are calling this function here. So while calling, so by default function takes positional arguments. So even in the above task we have seen an error, right? So positional argument is missing. So let me show you one more time. Here you can see positional argument Q. So that means uh, functions, they take values in whatever the position we are assigning while we are calling it. So while calling it, name is first, so I'm providing name first. So it maps this position. So age variable is second, age parameter is second in my function define. Then I'm passing my age as a number as a second value while calling it. So similarly, Q, so qualification I'm defining third. So that's why I have to pass the qualification at third level. So I'll define qualification BSc. So it will take these values. So now if I do not provide this positional argument Q, it says missing one positional argument. Now, can you provide these values in a different order? No, you cannot provide. So let me remove this Q. So it's taking, see, he says hello 24. 24 is not a name. Age, sharp. So it's messed up. So that's why to handle these kind of scenarios, we can use keyword arguments. So let me revert this back. In keyword arguments, my name is first, age is second. So what I'm doing is I'm not worried about the order. So what I'm doing is I'm taking this age variable and I'm providing it first and saying equal to 22. So that way, whatever the sequence you write while calling the function, it doesn't affect the function. So it properly printed our result. Name is, it took name from here, even though it's first, I wrote it at the second place while calling the function. Even the age we have defined at the second place, while calling the function, I wrote age at the first place by declaring this variable, making it clear to the function that this is my value. So this is how keyword arguments you can use. So similarly, you can practice this task, write a function to print book info, title and author, and reverse this order in the same way. And you can add more and more arguments so that it makes your practice clear. So now next we have variable length arguments. So in real time programs, these variable length arguments are used a lot. Args and quarks. So this allow functions to accept any number of arguments. So here you can see we are fixing the number of arguments. So name, age, name. So let's say we don't know how many number of arguments the function or the user may provide. So it may be 10, 20, 30. There is no fixed number. So we don't know fixed number. So in those cases, we can use this args and quarks. So what is the difference between them? So first, let's see what are args and quarks. Okay. So arg is like ordering food, but by just saying, I want pizza, pasta, and Coke. So when you declare args dot star args function, so it's like you're saying to the waiter, I want pizza, pasta, and Coke. But when you are declaring quarks, it's like you're saying, I want pizza, but it should be in large size. I want pasta, which is Alfredo. I want drink, that is Coke. So you are specifically describing your requirement. So that is the actual difference. Okay. So in terms of differences between args and quarks, uh, args stands for arguments and quark stands for keyword arguments. So this is same like these keyword arguments, but here we have fixed it. But when you use this double star kwargs, you're saying that any number of arguments can come into my function. I will handle it. So what is the data type args will take? It will take a tuple, and it's a positional arguments. It will take anyhow. It will take positional arguments. But when it comes to kwargs, it will take dictionary of keyword arguments. Okay. So what are the use cases? Like when you don't know how many positional arguments will be passed, like when you don't know how many, like you have a task to sum numbers, sum of do sum of numbers 10, 20, 30. Now you got one more task, sum of numbers of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 10 something. So any number you can keep on incrementing. So those kind of positional arguments, it will be passed to the args uh, keyword. And then when it comes to quarks, it named arguments will be passed. Okay. So let's see an example here. So you want to add two numbers. Okay. So I have write same thing. We write as function, but instead of passing a comma b, we say star args, and we say total is equal to sum of. So we are just calculating and putting this total into a variable, and we are printing it. Now I'll call this function here add numbers 10, 20, 30, 40. So here you can see we have not defined a, b, c, d, but I'm able to pass multiple numbers. How is it possible? Due to star args. So let me execute it. Okay, so what is the problem here? Can only concatenate tuple, not int to tuple. So something I am passing. Okay, let me write it separately. So def add numbers star args arguments. So this will take positional arguments. So I'll say sum of args. So I'll take it in a variable, sum of all these arguments. Then I'll print it. Print the addition of all the numbers is total. Now I will call this function add numbers, and I will pass 10 and 20. So let's see what is the error here. It's not taking. Print a plus b. Where is that? Okay, let's debug this. Okay, so it's taking proper values. So when I'm doing add numbers, okay, it's able to take 10, 20, 30, 40. So if I do print sum of args. So it's a data type error. So let me check.
So we can convert the tuple into string or something.
Oh, so these are actually numbers. Okay, float of. Okay, so I think int of we have to do like the int of. So let me grab if I have any other program related to arguments. Okay, so let's see this. Okay, so I'm calling this function and let me provide some values and what it does. The same thing. Can only concatenate tuple, not into tuple. So okay, so let me check it here. Type error can concatenate tuple, not into tuple. When trying to concatenate tuple type and int type as shown below. Okay, so it's trying to concatenate tuple plus integer. So I changed integer type to tuple type as shown below. Then the error above was solved.
We have to change the character of that statement.
Character.
I think we have to change the character of int to something else, right?
Where you're seeing? Print a plus b. I think it's referring some other program. Okay, okay, okay. I got it. So sum is similar. Sum total sum. Okay, it's referring some other program.
It's taking above cells since
Yeah.
we have defined no in above cells sum as 10 plus 20. Yeah, below down it went.
Add sub and sum. Okay, it's referring to this. Yes, I will remove this. Now let me run this. Okay, now we got. So it was referring to other program we wrote. So there was a conflict. So that's why error on.
Like
So
if
what
we
it
put
does,
with same variable name, so it will
hmm,
take the first one, right?
what is it?
If we define like same variable for multiple statements, so it will refer to the first one.
Yeah, yeah. Since we are running this in notebook, it's referring that. So if you write it in separate as a program .py file, so there is no chance that it will refer. Since in the same notebook we are running, right? So it already remembered that, so it stored that in memory. So that's why it was referring to that. So when I cleared that, it went on. So actually we are calling a sum function, that is internal function that takes multiple arguments and adds all those and gives us the output. Okay, so now coming back to our topic, which is args, is it takes positional arguments. So the positional arguments are 10, 20, 30, 40. We can provide many more, 50, 60, 70. Okay, so like we can keep on incrementing. I say 60, so it took it. So when we are not sure how many values we may provide, so we can use this dot args. Okay. Okay. So I think the meeting will end in few minutes. So if it gets disconnected, please rejoin. So this is about args. It takes positional arguments. So similarly, the same program here. So it's running. Okay. Okay. So we have already seen how to work with positional arguments, args. So when we are not sure how many arguments our function will take, we can use this. Let's move on to another one, which is quarks, keyword arguments, keyword name parameters. So these are variable names assigned to values with named parameters. Okay. So if I want to print details of students, okay, so I can define my definition with df keyword, write my function name and open and close brackets, give this keyword double star kwrgs keyword arguments. Now I'm using for loop to loop through the dictionary. So whatever the items that I will provide, I'll loop through it. I'll call my function and provide named arguments here. So here you notice we are providing name. So along with the variable name, we are providing the value. So age is the variable name and value. City variable name value. So this is how we'll do. So now likewise, we can add more and more details. Qualification, MBA. So I'll execute. It will right here.
Okay.
State Telangana. So I'll execute. It will come up here. So likewise, more and more arguments we can provide here. So it's a robust. Actually, in production, these kind of keyword arguments are used a lot in production programming, in data engineering, also in data science, machine learning. So when you want to build something, a program, something for users where they provide certain values to get the output. So these kind of keyword arguments are used a lot to build robust applications. So similarly, we have see if we have to display a student profile, we are defining a function student profile, and we are printing student profile details, and we are providing the value here. We are calling it here. So once I
So in
execute,
this get is
that's it.
the inbuilt function or it's a variable get?
Yeah. So it's a function for quarks. So what it does is it checks. So here you can notice I'm printing three things. name, age, and city. So let's say I'll not print city. I will not pass city value. So what it will do is it will get it will try to get the city value. So if it is not available, so default it will print not provided. So let me execute this. Here we can see. So it's a get is a function. It's related to Quarks.
Okay.
Okay. So now similarly, we have one more function to check if a key exists or not. Check what we are checking, name and city arrays. So what if age in Quarks? So if we are checking age if age is provided, whatever the age it is provided, if it is available, then print it, else no age at age keyword is not provided. So if I provide it here, now it will print it, age found. Next, similarly, uh, sum of numeric values. So if I want to combine numeric data along with my other other data types, so I can do this. So I can write sum of numeric values and I can print it here. So here you're looping it for value in this one, quark dot values. So this quark keyword arguments, it has certain function to extract the data from it. So dot values is also another function. So we have seen dot get, right? So here dot values will extract whatever the values available in this, and it will check if it is what is the type of that value that we extracted from arguments. Is it int or float? So based on that, it will add it. So here you can see we have provided 10, 20, 5.5 and 6 and name equal to data. So now what it does is it's checking. So whatever the value that user is providing, is it integer or float? So only take those values, rest ignore it. So if I provide a equal to 22 comma b equal to 1.1, these two values it will take it. So this is the condition that checks that if okay, so A is already available. That's it's not C is also available. E F. If I provide any strings, qualification, then it will ignore it. Okay, so let's see one more program using keyword arguments. Okay, so we have to generate a report, dynamic report based on the student name and student age and department and salary. So let's run this. Okay, so I'm providing a value here. So it's the name, report name for Liam, report name for Emma. So age 30, department finance, salary 70,000, age 28, department engineering, skills. What are the skills available? Python and ML. So these kind of programs we can write. So you can see uh, we have used print statements for loop. We have seen yesterday, right? Key value. So we'll see in detail how to write for loops for dictionary also. So this details dot items, these kind of keywords come in dictionary data type. So this we have not covered yet. So it's in the later sessions. So we'll see how to loop through dictionary. So that will come inside that class. Okay. So
I
that was
uh,
about functions. If you have any questions.
So, like, okay, we have two print statements here. One is for that function, and another is for loop, right? No, three
Yes.
print statements.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
how it is executing it? Like, I'm not getting the flow of it.
Okay. So what happens is when you are calling this, it's executing this outer loop. It's before the um, so for one function. So let me comment this out. So for this call, let's say call one. Okay, let's call it calling first time. So when you call this function first time, so what is the name of this person? Emma. So this, it will print a report for Emma. This, now it will go into the for loop. It will check, it will get these details: age, department, finance, salary. So now what it will do, key dot capitalize. So everything it's capitalizing. Uh, so not sure here. Capitalize, what it does is, so might be department. Okay, so first word. So it's capitalizing first word here. You can see variable age in small letter. So it's capitalizing this salary also. Okay, so each keyword argument, it's capitalizing this. Now it's displaying it here. Key dot capitalize. So it's displaying
This
age
capitalize
value
is
here.
like, is it default function or what? Or we are just name it's a variable?
No, it's not a default function. To format it properly, we are using it. We want to format this in a consistent way, and that's why we are using it here.
Okay.
Okay, so now when it goes in the for loop, it will take three things: age, department, salary. Now it will print age 30, department, finance, salary 70,000. So that is how it will print. Now let's see. If I run this program, it will just print one time. Let me comment this section. You can see it's printed just one time. So this statement is directly executed by function. So it's printing here. Function is printing this. Now this statement, all these three, this is printed by for loop. Now this, all these dashes that you see, right? So we are saying print 30 dashes. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 30. So these lines will be 30. So we are saying in simple words, print 30 dashes. Now if I call this function one more time, so this is my call to. So I'm calling this function second time. Now it will again start with the same process. Start a report for Liam, and this will be printed in for loop. Then all the dashes will be printed. So that is how it will work. It's clear, right? I hope it is clear now.
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's what we had today. So to quickly recap uh, what we learned. So first we have seen how to define function. Define function. Function takes arguments. So by default, it will take positional arguments. So when you define function, all the steps that I have mentioned, those steps are here. So what are those steps? So when you define a function, these are the steps. Here. So these are the steps to define a function. Okay. And so next we talked about function return values. So function will always return a value. So you have to capture that value in another variable or something. Now function
I
with
I have not understood this return also.
return, you didn't understand?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to return.
So I have seen like it is being used widely, right? Return.
Yeah, return function will be used widely. Yes, that's right. So return is part of the syntax. So whenever you write a function, it will return a value. So how do you return a value? By writing a return keyword. So that is how it will work. So in the return keyword, you're writing a logic. So what you want to return from this function? So we are sending 5 and 7 values. So what is the logic that you are building inside your function that you are returning it back to the caller? So where I'm calling it here. I'm declaring here at the first line, and at the fourth line I'm calling it. So whenever I'm calling the function, it should return something. So what is that? It's returning a plus b. So that is called returning a value. Is it clear now?
Yeah.
Clear?
Yeah. Clear.
Okay. So similarly, we are returning the logic a minus b, a into b, multiply and division, same thing. You can return complex logic also, like we have seen if conditions, if this and this. So you
Yeah.
can work with string data.
Okay.
So one more place you can see here, we are returning sum of arc. So this is our logic. We are doing a summation and returning to the caller. So here is our caller,
Yeah. So
sum of
then it is
numbers.
adding 10 plus 20.
Yeah. So it will add and give it. Yeah. So it's simple. It's not complicated. It's
Yeah.
just using the keyword return. So whenever there is a function, there is must. Return is must.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So we'll see a function that return values, and what we have next. Yeah, return values and default arguments. So we have seen about default arguments, keyword arguments, and variable length arguments. So function with default arguments, function with keyword arguments, function with variable length arguments, which are star args and double star kwargs, keyword arguments. So this is all you need to master functions. So if you learn this well, so you will become master in functions. So in real life programming, in data engineering or ML engineering, whatever it be, DevOps. So
Okay.
wherever you want to modulize something, we write functions. Functions are a very good way to modularize your code. That is because you're writing one time and executing multiple times, right? So if you master these concepts in function, anytime you see certain code, you'll not get confused, or you'll not think that something is new. So because you already learned these concepts, so this is all functions will contain. So this is all you need to master this function. Yeah. So any more
Okay.
questions you have?
No, no, that's it.
Okay. So whatever that is there in the practice tasks, you complete those, and also the previous tasks. So send me all those Python notebooks once you
Yes,
complete that.
yes,
That is conditional statement, for loops, and functions. Okay.
sure.
Yeah. Okay then. Okay. So that's it for today.
We have
We'll meet.
tasks in the bottom
Hmm.
or in between.
What is it?
Like we have practice sets. Like questions are there or
Yeah, yeah. Questions are there in the middle. After every topic, we have this. So after this every topic you have questions. After every topic you have to do whatever that says to do, you have to do this.
no?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So day before yesterday and yesterday we have seen for loops and functions. So those two are very important in Python. So they are used very frequently in Python, and that are very basics. Like it will be used in logic building and moduling our code. So functions are specifically used to module our code. So inside functions, you can expect we'll have for loops, if conditions, all those operators and data types that we have used. So today we'll see how to work with strings. So these strings are also very important. So in our day-to-day life, we work with strings. So using string programming with string, we can automate a lot of things. And let's see how do we work with strings here. Okay. So in this session, we'll see how to manipulate, format, and solve some of the real world problems with strings. Okay, so as we have seen in our first day one, that string is an immutable data type. So let me recap it one more time. So what is immutable data type, and how does it actually look? So, okay, so let's start with strings first. Okay, how do I define a string? I'll declare my variable equal to, and I will uh, you know write that string, and I can print this string. So let me quickly print my string. So this is how my string looks like. So next, okay, so let's talk about what is immutable data type. So since string is an immutable data type, so we have two types of data types in Python. One is mutable and one is immutable. So string is one of those immutable data types. So what does this mean? So let me print the memory address of this variable name. So you can see the value Python, and this is its memory address. So now I'll take the same variable called name, and I'll replace the string Python with Java. So this is how this I will do. So now notice here what happens is the address has changed. So even though my variable name is same, so what I have declared here, I have declared name equal to Python, and the same variable I have used. But what did I say? Name dot replace, instead of Python, say Java. So it replaced my string. Then when I printed it here, so the memory address has changed. So that is called immutable. So it's not changing the actual address. It's not replacing the data where it first stored the string Python. It's creating a new address, and storing this value Java when we replace it. So that is what it is called immutable. Okay. So let's print this simple string. Welcome to Python class. So this is all simple string. So you can practice some of these tasks to display. So what is your name, what is favorite quote, and create a string with today's date. So inside the string, how do you display today's date? That's what you have to print. So next, what are the operations that we can perform with strings? That is what we look in detail today. So with strings, we can access strings by using their indexes. We can slice a string, we can format it. There are certain string methods using which we can perform a task like uppercase, lowercase, and so on. And we can loop through a string, and we can write conditional statements to a string. So let's see. As we said, we can find the index of a string. So every string that you declare, so let's say I'm declaring this string word. Okay, so I'm saying word equal to Python. What is this? So I'm saying word equal to Python. So when I declare word equal to Python, I can access individual characters of my string by accessing their index. So this word Python, it will be assigned an index. So when you see P will be assigned an index 0, Y will have 1, T will have 2, H will have 3, O will have 4, and N will have 5. So this is how the string will have an index. So how do we see at what is the index? So we have this function called index. So we use this variable word, and when we type dot index and use whatever the string available, whatever we declared, we can use the string to find out at what place this character is. So notice P is at 0 index. Similarly, you can type whatever available Y. So Y is at 1 index, and T is at 2 index. So on, you can type N. So N is at 5 index. So this is how you can find out at each character at which index place it's available. So by knowing at what place this character is available, we'll be able to access that index. So now if I want to, uh, so let me run this one single program that will show me what are the indexes available for this character Python. You can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I add a space and say Java, so it will increase those indexes. So even space will have indexes inside a string. If you have a space, even that will have an index. So this is at 6th place, then 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is how strings, every character in a string will have an index. So that way we'll be able to access that particular character from an index. So now this is positive indexes. So whatever, see, these are all positive numbers. So similarly, we can access index from the reverse order, from A, V, A, J. So when I'm accessing from the reverse order, it will start the index from -1. So let's see here an example. I have the text Python, and I'm writing this just to display the indexes. Okay, so I want to count my indexes from the reverse order. So N is at -1, O is at -2, H is at -3, T -4, Y -5, P -6. So this is how it takes. So even space will have. So if I increase my string, so this will consider 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now let's see. So this is how A is at -1. So we are accessing our string from reverse. So we are checking what are the indexes of this string from in reverse order. So -a, -2, -3, -4, -5, even the space takes -6. So this is the main difference. So when you are accessing string from a positive from the front, it starts from 0, and when you are accessing from reverse, it starts from -1. So this we have to remember. Okay, so let me access my uh, one of the character from a string. P will be printed. So similarly, this is a 0 place, this is 1 place. So if I say word of 1, character Y will be printed. So similarly, if I want to access from the reverse order, I should use negative integers. So negative integers, it starts from -1. So when I say -1, N will be printed. This is the letter. So this is how we can access strings from forward, from the beginning, or from the reverse order. Okay. So I have an example here. Username is John Doe. So now we want to print the first letter from the beginning and what is the last letter of that username. So I can do this. Just take this variable username. So whatever variable we have declared to define our string, take that variable and under the square brackets type that index number. So that way we'll be able to access that particular letter. So similarly, if I type 1, I'll be able to access the second letter of string. And if I type -2 here, from reverse order, I will be able to access the second letter. This is how it is. Okay. So using these accessing strings through index, you can practice these tasks and complete it. Okay. So next we'll move on to slicing. So we can slice that string based on our indexes. So let me say I want to this is my string hello world. So I want to break my string uh, till hello and from world. So how can I do that? So I can use so let me manually calculate this here. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So how many digits these are? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits. So you can notice these are 5 digits. It starts from 0 and ends at 5. That's from 0, ends at 5. Now, so when we are, you can notice here we have defined 0 and colon 5. So that means we are saying start at 0, end at 5. So that will be at fourth index. Okay, so what it will do, it will stop at fourth index. So what is our fourth index? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It will stop it here. So let me print this. You can see text of square brackets when I say 0 colon 5. So we are saying start at 0 and end at fourth index. So that is, it will end it here. So now I will say this is another way to slice the string. So I'll say start at 5. That means it will start after fourth index. When I'm saying 5, it will, when I'm saying it start at after fourth index, and I'm not defining where it should end. So that means whatever comes after everything, you take it. So it will start here and pick up all those. So if any extra characters and text is there, it will bring all those also, since I'm not defining where to end here. So this is how slicing, we can do slicing with the strings. So similarly, if we have a mobile number and there is a country code at the starting with +91 and with a dash. So if I want to remove that country code, I can use, since I have declared this phone number in the phone variable, I can use this variable, open and close square brackets. So I can count at what place these strings are coming: 0, 1, 2, 3. So since it ends at index 3, so what I'm saying, start at index 4. So I will say index, start at index 4. Okay. So now there is there is one tricky part here. So that tricky part is when we are so let's take this example. When we are defining the end, this is the start and this is the end, while accessing or slicing, while slicing the strings. So when we are defining the end, it will take n-1. So if I'm saying my end is equal to 5, so that means it takes 5 minus 1 indexes, that would be 4. So finally 0 to 4, that means 0 to 4. But when I'm saying when my start is 4, so this is my start, this is my end. So when my start itself is 4, it will actually start from the fourth index. So this is the tricky part that we have to remember in slicing. Okay, and same way we can access it string from reverse order. So if I say phone of -1 -3. Okay, so let's say it's in start at -1. So okay, it took 0. And okay, so this should be positive integer. So how many numbers I should go? -4. Let me give -4. Okay, so -2. Okay, so in the start itself, we should define it. So how many characters we want to go? So let's say I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So -10 if I mention it. So I'll go in reverse order. Then I can define here. So let me check. If I say -1, okay. So this is how. So when we can access our string in reverse order also. So when I'm saying -10, start -10. So in reverse order, this will be my, and this will be my start. This will be my start. So I'm saying end at -10, then it takes everything. When I say start at -1 and end at -10, so it will start at -1, 2, 3, and it will end here.
Uh, if we want to take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We should write minus 10 to minus
5,
minus.
where is it? 5, 6, 7. Okay. So if you want to take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so you can say minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5. Yeah. So this will be my start. So this is minus 1, since we are counting from reverse. This is minus 2, this is minus 3, this is minus 4, this is minus 5. So we are saying start at minus 5. Okay. So we are starting from here. Then go till minus 10. It will go till here and print that. Negative slicing is reverse order. So in will come first, start will come next. This is clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Similarly, you can practice these tasks. Slice first 3 letters of your name, slice 4 letters of a word, extract domain from an email. So at the rate gmail.com, if we have, extract just gmail.com from the email ID. Reverse, we can do a reverse of our name, and we can get alternate letters from the name. So like instead of getting all the letters, just get alternate letters from the name. So using these string functions, we can do that. Okay. So next we have string formatting. So we can format our strings by using this keyword f double quotes. Inside the f double quotes, this is called formatted string. So you might have seen in our previous sessions also, we have used this f double quotes around it in the inside the print statement. So these formatted strings are helpful to print variable values along with our text. So if I do not want to print this, I have to write. If I do not want to use this formatted string, I have to do extra work to define everything separately. So I have to do double quotes here, give a comma, give a name, then give a comma here, then again do give a double quotes, then again give a comma and declare my variable, access my variable here, then again give a double quotes. This is how it will work. So using f string in one double quotes, we can write both our printing text as well as we can access variable here. Can notice same output here. So this is through formatted string, and this is without formatted string. So this is how I have to write. So this is easier, and in one uh, double quotes I can write. So similarly, other so the this formatted string will be helpful, and another way of formatting is, so we can write our text and we can format our text to define how many decimals I can take. So let me take. So here you can see I said print hello, and I did not give anything. I said curly brackets. So that means by default, when we use dot format and access this user and balance, so what we are saying, even though other way of writing is this, so I will write user specifically, but uh, since we are using dot format, so what I'm saying, I don't need to use my variable names explicitly. Just I can use open and close curly brackets. So that will access my first variable value at my first place, and it will access second variable value at this place, and along with accessing, it will format my string at two decimal places. So since I have 2500.7560, by using this dot 2f, it will say, okay, so format this decimal into two decimal places. So another way is using dot format, and just writing very small, you know, code to access our values inside these strings. Okay, so these are just placeholders. So these curly brackets, you can see, these are just placeholders. So it will access this value, and this curly bracket will access second value. Similarly, so if you write place Hyderabad, so what I can do, I can use this here. I can use this variable here, and I can just say is at place open and curly open and close bracket. So I just have to give this open and close curly braces, so that will access this variable. So this is another way of writing formattings for strings, so that way we can print it. Okay, so you can practice some of these. Create a welcome message with name, show today's date using formatting. So we can use date formatting also inside this, and invoice showing product and price, name with favorite hobby, format a shipping address. So we'll have dashes and slashes in address, right? So we can print those. Okay. So next we have string methods. So these are also very important in strings. So these are used a lot while logic building or comparing all those things. Okay. So I have a string called text is equal to Python programming. So I can use dot lower. So when I say text dot lower, so this is my method. Lower is my method. This is string method. So what I'm saying, text, this variable dot lower. So this will convert my string into lowercase. Similarly, I can say dot upper. So this will convert string to my string to uppercase, and I can replace. So when I say text dot replace, it will replace my uh, text called Python with Java. So when I run it, so output will be Java programming, and text is equal to Python programming. So here you can see, will it replace? So it will not replace here, because this is case sensitive. Python is a case sensitive, and the values inside also are case sensitive. So here you can see, even if we are using text dot replace, it's not replacing, because the Python string here we have in the variable is in title case, capital case, P, capital P, YTHN, and here we are trying to replace a complete uppercase. So this will not replace it. Now we can use split function. So dot split, if we say, so this is the default behavior of split function. So wherever it finds spaces in a string, it splits the text. So inside it, we can define, let's say I have a long string. So inside that I have dashes. So I can see consistent dashes. So I can say dot split of this dash. So it will split based on this separator. So this is my separator. So I'll define my separator. Based on this separator, it will segregate these strings. Okay. So similarly, I have a join method, join string method. So I can join uh, strings to my existing one with spaces or whatever I define here. So the way to write is double quotes dot join function and use this variable string. So right now we don't have anything. It's just printing as it is Python programming. So let's say I want to remove spaces between both of them. So what I'm doing first, I'm doing a split, then again I'm joining them. So this is how my split will look like. So first we are doing a split. So I'm segregating both of them and then I'm joining it without a space. So this is how it will look. Now since we have this split, so I want to say that I want to join these two texts with a separator called dash. So I can do that. So what it does is it took uh, it it used this dash within every character. It added this dash. So even here and even here. So let me declare this now. Text. Okay, so text equal to text dot split. Now you can see we are using this input. Previously it used this input, so that's why within every character it gave a dash. Now we are using this as an input. So first it will text is equal to text dot split will split these two strings. Within these two strings it will give one dash. So there are different ways this will work. Okay, I have to write this inside. Write this text inside. So I need to declare this variable also. Print text. Now, okay, what happened here? Okay, let me restart this. So this is our text. Okay, so I need to use this command inside this R. Let me execute split text dot split open and close brackets. List object has no attributes split. Okay. So it's converting into lex. So we don't want this to get converted into lex. Okay, so got it. So what was happening is when I declared text is equal to text dot split directly here, so it's converting our string to a list. So what the error was, you cannot use this command for a list. This object has no attribute called split, so that it's not able to use this operation on a list. So we can do it on a string only. So that's why it was not in. Okay. So internally, it will, when we use text dot split, it will convert this string to a list, segregating these two values separately, and I can use directly in join function. So if I declare it, it's becoming a list. So that's why we were not able to do that. So similarly, I can use this. So I can give extra space. So you can see we have given an extra space between each of these. So when you see this, we are referring to um, text as programming. So let me declare it here for clarity. Okay. So with the join method, what we are saying, between each of these letters, give a space. And here you can see we have used without split. So when we used without split, it's considering for every character a space. So when we use with split, it will consider a space between these two only. So let's see here. Can some notice it's a space. So this is without split. When we are using join method without a split function, for each of these characters, it's considering a space. So when we are doing text dot split, so first it's splitting these two characters, and between these two characters, it's adding a separator, whatever the separator is, separator plus space. Here also we have separator plus space. So if I do not, if I use same thing here, separators plus space between every character, it will add it. So that is the difference we need to understand. Inside the join function, whatever you use, our output format will change. So you can add stars inside it. You can with split between these two strings only. If you want to add star, use text dot split. So that is how it will work. So uh, here next we have grocery list, milk, bread, butter. So if we convert into a list, milk, bread, butter, so this is how we can print it. So now if I want to replace bread with x, I can write grocery list dot replace function, and I can print, instead of milk, bread, butter, I'm printing milk, x, butter, because bread is replaced with x. Okay. So you can practice these tasks to get your hands on strings. Yeah. So that's it for today. If you have any questions, you can come up. So otherwise, we can wind up.
No questions.
Okay. Okay. We'll wind up.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. So today,